Our judge has just selected the officer, and it's the very same breed. How about that?
Junior Barrow Show. At this time, we are ready to get kicked off with our opening ceremonies for this year. And to start us off, we're going to have a prayer led by Mr. Tarleton Holloway, Ag Education student at West Texas A&M University.
If you'd remove your hats, please. Dear Lord, thank you for this good day you've given us. God, thank you we can all be here together as friends and family. Lord, I pray that every kid and parent stays safe today. Pray all the animals stay healthy, and I pray that we have a good time and fun together. And I just ask you and those mighty things, in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Tarleton, for that. And again, if you would leave your caps off, we're now ready for our national anthem. From the Clint FFA and El Paso County 4-H, we have Miss Andrea Stubbs.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job, Andrea. Next up, it's time for our 4-H pledge to be led by Guthrie Jinsky of the Erath County 4-H.
In the support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
And next up, our FFA motto by Carly Shea Whitty from the El Paso County 4-H.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
All right, let's give those young people a nice round of applause for all their great work getting us started off this morning. Donna, come in. Don't have a radio.
I'm not sure who has the radio and who doesn't.
Okay. You need this back? We have some. Yeah. Oops. I took a picture of it. I'll get it. We all ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're ready to start our hog show officially. And this is your first call, Class 1 Durocs. First call, Class 1 Durocs. So, anyway.
It's not on, right?
It is on. Yes, sir. Here you go. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Wow. Nice to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the show today, the Texas Pork Producers Association, ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry, will be recognizing the exhibitor and the breeder of the highest placing Certified Texas Bred Registry Barrow in each class. These exhibitors will receive an award of $100 and a special CTBR Class Champions Cap from the TPPA. The breeder of the Barrow will receive a CTBR Breeders Class Champion Cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The title sponsor for TPPA Certified Texas Bred Registry is ADM Mormon Showtech. ADM Alliance Nutrition offers consistent, high-quality feed products, supplements, and premixes. Showtech is a show pig feeding program that provides championship performance through feed technology. The ADM Alliance Nutrition Showtech family of products winning tradition comes from a superior line of performance-driven feeds containing a technologically advanced balance of protein, vitamins, and trace minerals. Showtech helps meet the need of high lean genetics designed for modern show pig industry. ADM is also committed to the future of agriculture, and as part of that commitment, ADM sponsors over $100,000 in scholarships supporting our agricultural youth. A big thanks to ADM for their support of the CTBR. Now pay attention, exhibitors. You must bring the completed copy of your CTBR certificate to the ring when exhibiting your barrel. If for some reason you don't have a certificate, stop by the TPPA table located near the swine show ring and a replacement certificate will be available. Make sure when you come that you know the breeder, the breed, and the ear notch of your pig. Once again, adults, teachers, parents, leaders, check with your youngster to make sure they have their CTBR certificate when they come to the ring.
Thank you, sir. All right, Class 1 Durocs, this is a second call. Class 1 Durocs, second call to the show ring. right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, Class 1 Durocs, this is your third and final call. Class 1 Durocs, this is your third and final call. If you're in that first class of Red Hogs, we need you to the show ring. Also, for those of you that have friends and family back home that could not be here and would like to watch today's show, they can go to the RodeoAustin.com website, go down to the Watch RATV link. Again, go to RodeoAustin.com, click on the Watch RATV link down below. Also, they can go to the youtube.com/RodeoAustin and find the show as well. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, in the ring at this time, both in the pre-judging and up here at the main show ring, this is class number 1 Durocs. There are 34 entries in this class. Weights recorded from 240 to 250 pounds. This will be the first of 3 Duroc classes this morning. And our Duroc division will be followed up with dark OPBs, followed by white OPBs, and then our Hampshire show will wrap up the day. Attention in the barn. Please, just a reminder, the only grooming product that these hogs should get to the ring with is water on the animals. Please do not use anything on your show pig but water as you send them to the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss the exhibitors who are in the show ring. Ringside, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's put our hands together and show these young people a well-deserved round of recognition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to recognize our judge for the 2016 Rodeo Austin Junior Barrow Show, Mr. Miles Tenius from Highland, Illinois. Miles grew up showing steers and barrows at the local and county and state fairs, and he won champion barrow at the 2007 Illinois State Fair. He went on to receive his college education at Lakeland Junior College, and then went on to graduate from Western Illinois University with a degree in ag business and animal science, where he was a member of the collegiate livestock judging team. Nationally, he has judged over 300 shows in 16 different states. Those include the LSU Livestock Show, Ohio State Fair, Illinois Open, and county shows and jackpots from across the nation. Miles' show ring philosophy is that livestock need to be built right with the correct portion of feature, length of skeleton, and body type to balance. As an agriculture enthusiast, Miles believes that it's important to continue pushing junior livestock events. Miles is honored to be selected as the Market Barrow Judge for Rodeo Austin and believes that Rodeo Austin sets a high standard amongst majors in proving that it's not just about the livestock, but more importantly, it's about the future of youth in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen in the barn, if you would, let's put our hands together and welcome our judge, Mr. Miles Tenius. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a first call for Class 2 Durocs. First call, Class 2 Durocs. All right, attention in the barn. Class 2 Durocs, second call. Class 2 Durocs, second call. All right, Class 2 Durocs, third and final call. Class 2 Durocs, third and final call. Miles, there's a switch underneath. Well, good morning, and definitely my pleasure to be here. Definitely, a unique opportunity for a young guy to be in Austin and be able to judge what you guys would consider still a major hog show. And definitely an awesome set of Durocs to go ahead and start with, guys. I think you've got a really good pair of them. To me, that both come to you real wide. They leave you good enough. I think to me, as you continue to let them go across the sand, the bear that maintains particularly the front end of his skeleton better is a young man's bear that wins this particular drive. I don't like him quite as good at the top of his neck, and I don't think that barrow is just quite the flashy one up there from his blade forward. But as we continue to drive, he's the most comfortable, particularly out of his hip and hind leg. His hock comes further back behind him. He's a barrow whose front end and where his knee and front foot sets into the sawdust or into the sand here just remains square. He's more comfortable as the drive continues. As you get up on top of the barrow, I think he's one that'll give you maybe a little plainer look from the side, particularly about his head. He still has a tremendous amount of shape rolled up right behind his blade. He'll maintain it down his top line and all the way through his hip. And yet still, again, the barrow that just stays the most comfortable as we continue to drive. Whenever they came out of the gate back there and went towards the scale, I thought the lighter colored red barrow here that ends up in second was going to be a class winner. He comes at you like a truck through his chest floor, and where his blade sets on the outside of his rib cage, he's got the look that I like up front in terms of the elevation to his shoulder and where his neck ties into it. You get right behind him, his pin set's real big, and yet still his hind leg squares up great in the bottom side of his framework. As he continues to drive, he wants to push out of his elbow up front. He toes in his front feet, and the longer he continues to go, he just gets too tight off of both ends of his skeleton. If I can give that barrow better running gear, I think to me then all of a sudden you have a real comfortable kind of a class winner. If you like his width and muscle, you still call him a class winner. I like to build him right first and then put all those attributes together after that. That barrow's just too tight at this particular juncture. I like that pair really well though. An awesome pair of Duroc barrows and a good pair of young men driving them. Young lady that comes here in three's got a barrow that I sure like in terms of body. Love his profile. I think his proportionality is real good in terms of where his feature and his forearm, his head, and his rear leg is comparatively to his length of body and his depth of rib. As I got right on top of him, he's the plainest out of his shoulder, plainest all the way down his back, and the most nondescript about the shape to his hip. I like his proportions. I like his flexibility. That's why he stays there in three. The one that'll come in four that the young lady drives is one I like in terms of muscle shape. I like that barrow's look up front. I think he gets a little fragile in his hind leg, and he's just not quite as intensified in his rear foot. He'll come to you, and we got to set his knee more appropriately back into his forearm, set his shoulder blade back on his forerib, and let him get out of the front end of his skeleton with more reach and comfort as we continue to go. But really a nice barrow there. As we move down the line, we've got a really good set of Duroc barrows as you study them in terms of muscle. Composition's good in a few of these barrows. As you begin to watch them go, we just got to make them sounder. That barrow will get up in his center of his loin, get a little rounder in his hip, and take his hind leg up underneath him. This barrow's wanting to push out of his shoulder and get just straighter and more uncomfortable about his hind leg. That barrow there needs to come at you better, and a few of these other barrows, we've just got to let them go better behind. Awesome class of Duroc barrows. Give them a good round of applause to go ahead and start with.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes Class 1 Durocs. All of Class 2 is in the staging area. A couple of quick notes. There is photos available at the back. If you would like one of those, just go into the gate just outside the arena, and you can have your picture made. It is required for all barrows who make the sell to have a picture made. For those in first and second place winners, those are going back to their pens at this point. Please note that each hog that returns for a breed champion drive will be reweighed. So each hog that places first or second and comes back for the breed champion drive will be reweighed. All right, with that, here are results from class number 1, Durocs. In 10th place from the Florence FFA was Landon Lorwald. In 9th from Wall FFA, Tate Schwartz. In 8th from Spur FFA, Jet Kabler. In 7th from Fredericksburg FFA, Eli DeLong. In 6th place from the Brazos County 4-H was Miranda Skaggs. In 5th from Bangs FFA, Max Tongate. In 4th from Randall County 4-H was Sage Deeds. In 3rd from Paradise FFA was Kendall Lyle. In 2nd from Whitesboro FFA was Chesney Wolf. And your class champion out of Class 1 Durocs from the Runnels County 4-H, Reagan Helms. And one final result from the TPPA ADM Mormons Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry class. Your champion from Class 1 Durocs was exhibited by Reagan Helms of Miles. He'll receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of the pig was Harvey Schwertner of Miles. And the breeder also receives a Certified Texas Bred Registry cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The breeder's cap may be picked up at the Texas Pork Producers Association table just near the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, in the ring at this time is class number 2 Durocs. For those of you at home watching on RodeoAustin.com, watch RATV. There are 35 entries in this class, and they weigh from 251 to 269 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to release the exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If you would, once again, let's put your hands together and give them a nice round of applause. ladies and gentlemen, and exhibitors as well, please have a decision made as to whether you want a picture or not before you get to that end gate. So help our guys out back who are sorting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will go ahead and make a first call for Class 3 Durocs. This will be your first call, Class 3 Durocs, first call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 3 Durocs, second call. Class 3 Durocs, second call. All right, Class 3 Durocs, this is your third and final call. Class 3 Durocs, third and final call.
What a really good pair of Duroc barrows at the top end of this class. I think both of them resemble each other from the side in terms of their length of body, their depth of rib, and as you get right up to them, both of them come out of their shoulder with a tremendous amount of spread. I don't know that they're in any one of them in this particular lineup, maybe just ditch down in their loin and have a big shape to their top. But both of these hogs come at you so genuine, so true. Well, I think the barrow that wins this class beats the one that's in second as you study him right in his forearm. He's a stouter forearm, stouter headed kind of a barrow that takes his neck and sets it way up on the top side of his shoulder. That'll tell the story from there back of one that's just tremendously powerful and bold in his rib cage, real big in his hip, and I love the shape to his hip where he ties it down towards his hock and how he utilizes his hind leg. If I was to nitpick on him, and I think the critics of that particular barrow would say he needs to be a little leveler hipped, and I wouldn't disagree. I'd level him out of his loin and where it ties into his hip just a bit, set his tail head up a little further on top of it. I think maybe just being a little rounder like that might allow him to use his hind leg just a bit better as the drive continues. One that's awfully stout, real good looking barrow. We just got to get him off the fence and let him get out here towards the middle, because then you can really appreciate one that's stout, powerful, and really fresh. Young ladies hit me real hard whenever he came in back there into the gate because he's a real genuine kind of a market hog. He's not out there in any one area, but he's a barrow that puts a lot of positives together from a standpoint of flexibility. His reach and range of motion's really good. Love the freshness to his rib and how it sets into his frame. Love his width as you get right behind him. I don't think that barrow's as stout in his head. He's a little fragile about his jaw. Then that'll correlate to a smaller forearm. We've got a stout in his ankle and his rear foot up. Love that barrow's spread. I love his hip and hind leg. That's an awfully good pair of red barrows to be at the top end of this class. Young man's comes out in 3, and he's undoubtedly probably the heaviest skeleton one, particularly as you study his foot size. He's got a big foot underneath him and really a tremendous amount of toe spread. Love his stoutness to his forearm. Love the stoutness and feature to his hind leg. As we continue to drive, that barrow get a little lazier in his back, particularly right behind his shoulder. Then as he does that, he wants to set him down a little harder behind. He's getting a little sharper right there and where his china lay into his blade. We've got to set that down and smooth it up. You get in front of him, you get behind him. He's the third most genuine hog in the base of his skeleton. That's why he stays in the top 3. Young man's that's in 4 comes out of the gate. In terms of spread at his blade and all the way down his back to his hip, he's the best one in this class. I want to see more shape at the same time. For all that spread and mass he's got up high, I want to turn his loin up a little better. This barrow gets a little frailer in terms of his hind leg. We've got to intensify his lower skeleton to match the upper part of his body. He's getting a little cresty up over the top of his neck. For as wide as he is in his mid-body and his hip, that barrow's just got to come to you just a bit better. Why he stays in the top handful is because he's a really powerful market hog that still gets out and drives with a tremendous amount of comfort whenever you watch him go behind. It's just up front that we've got to fix him. I like the look. I like the elevation. coordination and the length of body in the bear that's in fifth. I want to go ahead and square him up in his front feet. Biggest thing is I get right behind him. I'm the most critical in where he sets his hind leg. From his pins to his hock to his rear foot, that bear is starting to become more unstable. His hind leg will begin to leave his framework as the drive continues. We've got to set that back further in the inseams of his skeleton. If we do that, then all of a sudden you see a bear that competes with the top three. His hind leg undoubtedly just needs to be better as we watch him go. Tremendously high quality Duroc Barrow class. Give them a nice round of applause. The kids did an awesome job. Really, really good top pair.
All right, thank you, Miles. That concludes Class 2 Durocs. With that, here are your placings for Class number 2. In 10th place from East Central FFA was Logan Taylor. In 9th from Eagle Pass FFA was Nala Tellis. In 8th from Lubbock Cooper FFA, Dylan Owens. In 7th from the Glasscock County 4-H, Reed Seidenberger. In 6th from the Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, Garrett Spielman. In 5th from Royce City FFA, Mary Gillian. In 4th from Crosby FFA, Austin Eilers. In 3rd from Comanche FFA, Nathan Wright. In 2nd from the Scurry-Rosser FFA is Sarah White. And your class champion from the Colorado FFA is Calvin Spencer. We are now on to our third and final class of Durocs. These will be barrows weighing from 270 to 280 pounds. Also back from Class 2, the TPPA ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Industry Class Champion went to Austin Eilers of the Crosby FFA. They will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas pork producers. The breeder of that hog was Lance and Daniel Engling of Brenham, Texas. They also receive a cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. Again, breeders, those caps are available for pickup at the Texas pork producers table just beside ringside. attention in the barn. We have a white Chevrolet 4x4, 1179540. It's a county AgriLife truck parked next to the Howdy building. That pickup must be moved. Again, a white Chevy 4x4, 1179540. It's a county AgriLife truck parked next to the Howdy trailer, needs moved at this time. All right, this will be a first call for those first and second place Durocs. First call, first and second place Durocs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside again. We're going to dismiss the exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If you guys would, let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of recognition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another vehicle needing moved. It is a Dodge Ram 3/4 ton pickup, silver colored, license plate BZX 4165. Again, we've got a Dodge Ram 3/4 ton silver colored that needs moved, parked next to the Howdy trailer as well. And for those of you watching at home, this is class number 3 of our Duroc division. This will be the final class in our Duroc breed. These hogs weigh from 270 to 280 pounds. And again, first and second place Duroc exhibitors, this is your second call. First and second place Duroc exhibitors, this is your second call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first and second place Duroc showmen, we do need you at the show ring. First and second place Duroc showmen, you are needed at the show ring. Quick announcement on the photo booth. If you would like a picture of your hog, be sure to make that decision before you get to that final gate in the arena. If you would like a picture of that hog, be sure you make that decision before you get to that final gate going out of the main show ring. Also, just a reminder, if your Barrow does make the premium sale, it is required that you get that picture made. All right, attention in the barn, class 4 dark OPBs. This is your first call. Class 4 dark OPBs. This is your first call.
Another good class of Duroc barrows to go ahead and sort into, and I think as we get to a heavier weight setting of them, you got to keep in mind that you got to keep them fresh enough, but the biggest thing is keep their skeleton built right. You get into some of the heavier weights, and obviously they're starting to show a little wear and tear at the top of their neck where their chine will want to set into their blade, but I still think you've got to keep in mind just the comfortable skeleton, the width and feature. I know the critics in my class winner will say, Miles, he's not wide enough up front, and I wouldn't disagree with you, but from there back, to me, he's the one that opens up the best in his body. He's the best in his muscle shape. He's the best in his hip. He's the freshest at the top of his neck, and yet still maintains his skeleton very appropriately as he continues to drive. He does it and maintains his framework so good as his shoulder lays back in him, his hind leg comes way back behind him. He's starting to tuck up in his chest, and he needs to be wider. I know that. that as he comes right to you. But in my opinion, in a heavyweight Duroc Barrow setting, that's one small tree in a giant forest because he puts everything else good together. A very nice Duroc Barrow to win. I initially really liked this light-skinned Duroc Barrow that's in second because he comes out and there's just not a big hole in him. He's just not real messed up anywhere. But the longer I continue to study him, I need to put more shape in his back. I got to clean him up through his neck and all the way out through his face and his jawline. I like his foot size. I like where his foot sets down into the sand out here and where his hind leg comes back behind him. To me, he balances and represents a good proportion from the profile, but that barrow just got to go ahead and open up better at the top of his shoulder all the way down his back. That's what the young ladies in third does so well, and I think we get on him a little bit more with the whip on his head, and it just makes him look more uncomfortable off of both ends. He's wanting to dip and tuck in his hip and take his rear foot and bring it up underneath his sheath. Then he's wanting to just become more awkward in his front end. Whenever you let that thing go, he opens up as good through his chest as any of them, and he's wide in his hip. I got to square him up from his knee down to his front foot. I got to elevate him at the point of his shoulder, let that barrow take his hind leg and bring it back further behind him relative to getting his foot that far up underneath him whenever he goes. Really a good market animal there in three that we just got to build structurally a bit better. This young lady's a smoke show on the stick. I mean, she gets this thing drove, gets his head up and presents him right. From his mid-body forward, he's got class advantages in terms of elevation in his shoulder, width through his chest. I love where his body sets into his framework. To me, he looks like he's one that's maybe tucked up a little further in his flank there, not quite as hydrated in his loin as a couple of those barrows are ahead of him. I think the biggest thing is, and my biggest criticism of him is he goes right away from you. He's wanting to plant a little more weight on the outside of his foot. Then whenever he gets down into some loose sand, he gets more awkward about his hip and hind leg assembly. If we can loosen his joints up and bring his hind leg a little further back, clean him up there in his right rear joint, that barrow can move up in a hurry. The young man's right here was initially one that I put out here in the pen because he didn't give me a real good look back there. Whenever I continue to study him, his foot size, his feature relative to his length of body, everything fits real proportional. The longer he continues to drive, he just does it too uncomfortable. He's more upright in his blade. He's a little tighter in his hock. I got to see his reach and range of motion better. I love that barrow shape in his hip and where it ties towards his hock. Love the shape to his forerib and mid-body. I just got to loosen him up off of both ends. Really good class of Duroc market hogs to end on. Give them a good round of applause here as they all exit the ring.
All right, thank you, Judge. That concludes Class 3 Durocs, the final class in the division. With that, Class 4 Durocs, we do need you on standby. Or, excuse me, Class 4 Durocs, we do need you to the show ring second call. All right, but at this time, we're going to select our champion Duroc Barrow at the 2016 Rodeo Austin Junior Barrow Show. Coming out from Class 1 Durocs, representing the Runnels County 4-H, is Reagan Helms. Coming out next from Class 2 Durocs in the Colorado FFA is Calvin Spencer. And from Class 3, your third and final class, from the Snyder FFA, Jackson Collier. We have three exhibitors on standby with our second place barrows. From Class 1 was Chesney Wolf, Class 2 was Sarah White, and Class 3 was Jesse Ortega Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for all our Duroc exhibitors at this time who've done an outstanding job. Very competitive show.
Well, three really good Duroc Barrow representatives come back out of their classes, and I realize that to me maybe they're not all alike in terms of type and kind, But I think as you get through those particular classes, in my opinion, their skeletons built the best, and yet still have the attributes of a good class winner and come back out and represent their class very well. I think it starts in Class 1 with a barrow that beats a hog that was in second. That's maybe a little more unique in a few areas, but that barrow is just structurally better. He's cresting up at the top of his neck, maybe got a little too much there at the top of his neck and through the bottom side of his jawline, but that barrow is truly square in his foundation, and he comes at you so good, he leaves you good, and I thought his range of motion was just slightly better than was the barrow that's in second. I don't think he's perfect out of his hip and hind leg, but I still thought, to me, he utilized his hind leg just a little bit better. The barrow that was in Class 2 is one that, as you get up in front of him, is truly a powerful show barrow. He's so big in his chest floor, he's so big in his arm, and I love the shape and roll to his mid-body and his forerib. Barrow leaves you so good as he gets away from you. He's just starting to become a little bit of a challenge out here as a young man drives him, and I told him in class there that we had to work to try to get that barrow off the fence because he's got so many good things out here, guys. Whenever you get up close to him, he's as massive and as wide in his back and through his shoulder blade as any of them within drive. He'll get just a little rounder in his hip there, and looks like at times maybe set him down just a little bit harder, but whenever you study his hock and it comes back behind him, really a nice barrow there to go ahead and win that class. The barrow that wins the last class is one that to me brings forth a lot of good things from a standpoint of just freshness for his size and yet still flexibility. I like the barrow's rib cage. I like his width as he goes away from you. He's got to be wider as he comes to you. I think that's the biggest call on him. If you can call him wide enough up front and you call him good enough and where his blade will sit, I think to me then all of a sudden you can go ahead and say you've got an easy champion out here. It gets to me very hard because we've had 3 good classes. I think we have 3 good class winners, and it's just kind of where you want to set your priorities. I'll take one more look at them. I'll select your champion. Give your Duroc Barrow exhibitors a nice round of applause. All right, congratulations goes out to Jackson Collier of the Snyder FFA, the exhibitor of the 2016 Champion Duroc Barrow. Coming out next in second place from Class 3 Durocs is Jesse Ortega Jr. of the NSFFA. Brings out the barrow that was second in that particular class. I talked about him in terms of his body and feature and how everything proportions so well. I think you get on top of him, obviously, again, a heavier weight barrow that's lost a little shape as we've tried to maybe pull back on him a little. He'll flatten in his blade, and we've just got to open him up all the way down his top line. But certainly a good featured barrow with a nice kind of a hind leg to him. I just open him up just a shot more. Guys, the barrow that ends up winning this particular drive, I know that my critics around ringside will say he doesn't have enough to him, Miles, but whenever you get up to him and you just study muscle shape and you study their hip, you study their general build, I think he sets the standard of where I'll be at today in terms of flexibility, look, range of motion, and just how everything proportions. And I know he needs to be wider chested. I think you got to call his hole out and be comfortable with it. If you use him, I am comfortable with it because I like him built right first and then everything else after that. That brings out the second, like we talked about. We've got a really powerful beast there that's in 2 that was in Class 2. I love that pair of barrows, and unfortunately as the drive continues and we try not to let him go very long. That barrow's got a little more uncomfortable. He didn't quite do that in class, and I thought we would easily be able to tie to one in this particular drive. As he gets back out here, the longer he's just continued to fight him. The young man's lightweight barrow is one that's really square. He does a good job with. I'll take another look at him just real quick. I'll get you a reserve. Give him a nice round of applause. A good champion barrow will get you a nice reserve here.
No, because they let off the run because he was second in his class, so he gets to come back to it. They would have come in if their first place would have won rank. So you got to reserve.
Hey, when you hand him the mic, will you ask him if he wants coffee? Please.
Yes.
All right, congratulations goes to Calvin Spencer of the Colorado FFA, exhibitor of your reserve champion, Duroc Barrow. Congratulations to all those Duroc showmen once again. A couple of quick announcements. If for Class 4, we need a representative from Rogers FFA to come back to our entrance gate at the back of the show ring. Again, if we could have a representative from Rogers FFA come to the back entrance gate. We just need a representative from there. Also, we're missing an exhibitor, Randon Reet from Hockley County 4-H. We needed the show ring for the dark OPBs, Class 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up our Duroc division, here are results from Class 3. In 10th place from the Goose Creek Memorial FFA was Jordan Gwaltney. In 9th from the Wall FFA was Melanie Dusick. In 8th from Byron Nelson FFA was Taylor Carnes. In 7th from Nazareth FFA was Jet Raymakers. In 6th from Gorman FFA was Larissa Hampton. In 5th from Littlefield FFA, Hunter Kleiber. In 4th from Merkel FFA, Kinsey Hayes. In 3rd from Kendall County 4-H, Heidi Madom. In 2nd from Ennis FFA, Jesse Ortega Jr. And your class champion, who went on to be breed champion from the Snyder FFA, was Jackson Collier. That barrel weighed 275 pounds. And your Texas Certified Bred Registry winner went to Kinsey Hayes of the Merkel FFA. That barrel was that barrel was raised by Kelby McCorkle of Coleman.
All right, whatever. Oh, you're good. So then you don't have to hold it or do something with it. That's a good idea. It's so good.
Thaw out for a little bit. You would think leather is like the warmest thing in the summer, but in the winter,
It is. Oh, it is.
in the winter, it's still not good enough to
Not
keep you.
warm enough. It just stays cold.
Yeah. Kind of just takes to whatever the temperature is. You're good.
Couple of quick announcements for the barn. First, our entrance alley. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help us keep that clear so we can get all our market hogs and exhibitors to the show ring. Also, a second announcement. If you're going to take a picture, please have that decision made before you come show. We need to know before you get to that gate if you're going in or going by. We're having some challenges, hogs getting to the back past that gate that are wanting to come back and take that picture. So just have that conversation if you would before you head this way. to know what situations you want to take a picture or ones you don't. So just have your mind made up on that.
Do me a favor, see if you can get these to somebody that's like in that aisle, because they're gonna be back to the drug testing and all done.
Reserve and Grand
They need
Reserve?
to fill that.
All right, and for all our viewers watching at home on RodeoAustin.com, this is Class 4 of our Dark OPB division. This is the first of 4 classes in this breed. The Barrows in this class are all recorded at a weight of 240 pounds, and there are 26 entries.
I'm trying. You got to put it on. I mean, I'm cold. Pretty cold.
I know, with the blanket wrapped around me. Yeah, no. Oh, okay. I was going to say, no wonder your hands are cold.
I take them on.
My top half and my bottom half.
And ladies and gentlemen ringside, if you'll notice there, it takes a large number of people to make this show happen, between entrance gates, catch pins, our scales, and then the show ring as well, and then even getting those hogs back to the tent and trailers. This is possible due to a large number of people. It includes our Rodeo Austin Swine Committee volunteers. It also includes a large number of students from the Ag Science Department at West Texas A&M University, along with several others. If you guys would, let's put our hands together for all these folks who make this show possible in terms of getting everything to and from the show ring.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll call you on the radio and let you know for sure when it gets closer.
And it was like probably 60 degrees out. It was literally 30 degrees in here.
Oh, I know.
We were like all the teens were back there. We were like, our horses were freaking out. I gotta turn.
I knew it would be cold. I knew it would be cold. It's supposed to be this bad.
I loaded 2 weeks ago, ready to come down here. I looked at that and I went, yeah, you're coming. That was the hardest part, was going to the trailer and carrying that back.
You have to carry it by knee.
I did.
Is that live?
Or stayed up here
Yes.
until
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to release these exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If you guys, once again, let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 5 Dark OPBs, this is your first call. Class 5 Dark OPBs, this is your first call. All right, Class 5, Dark OPBBs, this is your second call. Class 5, Dark OPBs, this is your second call.
Man, what a great class. It takes a little bit longer here as we've sorted through them. A couple of them maybe had to get excused in terms of weight on the bottom end of things. But, boy, we got a good one to start. And I think, to me, he's the epitome of one that's opened up underneath tremendously wide. He's great in his rib cage. He's great in his feature. He's a Berkshire Barrow that just handles himself so well out here for what he has to offer. Some would say he needs to be a little cleaner jawed and maybe nickel taller shouldered. And I probably wouldn't disagree with you, but that might come with his breed, his characteristics of his breed. Boy, at the bottom side of his skeleton, as you work from there to the top of his foundation, that barrow there is one that puts so many good things together. Really a good one to win this class. I thought then it got close between second and third, and I realized that the barrow that's in second probably doesn't have the feature of the barrow that ends up there in third, probably not as opened up there through his blade and chest, but what he does do is take his hind leg and bring it truer out of the base of his hip. He squares up better on his rear feet, his foot and his toe and his heel hits the ground with more comfort. That barrow's square as he just goes right away from you. To call him a class winner, I've got to open him up in his chest. I've got to set his knee more appropriately back into his forearm, and I've got to open him up in his rib cage. To me, though, he's the better hind-legged barrow, this particular pair. It just got a little bit more look and elevation to him up front. Young man right here did an awesome job with his Berkshire appearing bear out here. One that is extremely stout in his forearm, extremely stout in his hind leg, undoubtedly the biggest footed one within drive. He's so loose in his rear foot and so loose in his ankle, that barrow's wanting to step on the outside of his foot. When he does that, then he plants his hock on the outskirts of his framework. He needs more lower hip, and I think those are two no-nos, because whenever you get a barrow that's flatter in his muscle pattern and then he's still on the outskirts of his skeleton, you have to go ahead and challenge yourself in where you want to put him in class. For me, he needs to be third, because relative to the ones that end up preceding him, he's the barrow that takes a more flexible and comfortable step off of both ends. He's stouter featured, he's fresher in his makeup to go ahead and move him up in class. We've just got to square his rear feet up, square him up in his right hind leg as he goes away. The barrow that comes out with maybe a little more of an identity crisis and where he sets his ears comes to you with a tremendous amount of width and power and spread. That barrow, the longer the drive continues, gets too tight out of his hip and hind leg. You get right on top of that sucker and you get up in front of him and behind him. He's the widest and heaviest muscled one. He's going to hang a great carcass, but whenever you set him in motion in a show ring, that barrow's got to go better. Same thing with the young lady's Berkshire barrow that'll end up here in 5. A barrow that's more moderate in his skeleton, and I think it allows him to proportion very well in his feature relative to his length of body. As I begin to study him, though, that barrow will get his head up, he'll rock his blade a little forward and outside of himself, and where he sets his knee up front, then he comes apart right behind his shoulder. For his length of body, that has to be stronger right there. For me personally, he's just a little too small and compact in his kind. He stays in the top handful because he's so powerful and yet can still utilize his power with his hip and hind leg. Very good class to work through there in your ALBs to start. Give him a good round of applause and a great class winner.
All right, that concludes Class 4, the lightest in first class in our dark OPB division. With that, Class 5, you do need to be at the show ring. Class 5 dark OPBs, we do need you to the show ring at this time. Here are results from class number 4. In 10th from the Lubbock Cooper FFA was Carson Thomason. In 9th from the Bastrop County 4-H was Joshua Moats. In 8th from Hockley County 4-H, Randon Reep. In 7th from Chico FFA, J.D. Brown. In 6th from New Braunfels FFA, Cheyenne Yaws. In 5th from Paradise FFA, Caitlin Gibson. In 4th from Knox City FFA, John Cross Utley. In 3rd from Decatur FFA is Mason Bauer. In 2nd from Sweetwater FFA was Todd Smith. And your class champion from the Royce City FFA was Shannon Caitlin. Excuse me, our class champion was Caitlin Shannon of the Royce City FFA. All right, and here is the results from the TPPA ADM Mormon Show Tech Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion. Out of Class 4 Dark OPBs was Todd Smith of the Sweetwater FFA. Todd will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers. The breeder of the pig was Corey Raines of Roscoe, who will also receive a Texas Bred Registry cap sponsored by the National Pork Producers. Those caps are available ringside at the Texas Pork Producers Association table. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, this is Class 5 Dark OPBs. This is the second of 4 Dark OPB classes. Our weight range is 243 to 252 pounds, and we have 26 entries. For those of you in the barn, 2 announcements. Please remember the only grooming product allowed at the show ring is water. No oils or powders on those hogs, please. Also, with that in mind, just an attention, we will be taking a lunch break today, and that will be at the conclusion of the dark OPBs. So at the conclusion of dark OPBs, we will be taking a lunch break. Couple of reminders again, we do have Class 5 Dark OPBs in the show ring at this time. Also, we are aware that some challenges are being in terms of hearing in the back. Please note there are screens back there that you can look at, and the bottom left does tell the class number that we are on as well. So we will do our best to keep everyone informed, but we understand there are some challenges in hearing in the back. Thank you. I believe 3. I'm gonna say 12:45 maybe. Okay. Of course, we can send some. We can send some of those back earlier. So. Just a reminder, we will be taking a lunch break today, and that will be at the conclusion of the dark OPBBs. So as soon as the dark OPBs are done, we will take today's lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to release the exhibitors who are in the show ring at this time. Let's put our hands together once again and give them a warm Rodeo Austin welcome. All right, attention in the barn. This will be first call, Class 6 dark OPBs. First call, Class 6 dark OPBs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 6, Dark OPBs, this is your second call. Class 6, Dark OPBs, this is your second call.
Really a good class. Again, to me, there's a lot of differences throughout this particular drive, and just where you want to set your priorities. I'll be the first one to admit the barrow that I start with is a little chubby. He's got a little more on him than I'd probably term ideal, and I'd like to see that barrow come to you just a bit better. But the bottom side of his skeleton, and I talk about it all day, and where his foot sets down into the sand, where that barrow's at in his hind leg, where he squares up front, he's a barrow that to me just remains the most comfortable as the drive continues. Still, while having spread in his mid-body, having spread in his forerib, he opens up good at the top of his blade. He's really good right in the center of his hip, and yet still very clean about his joint and agile in his hind leg, and the barrow's awfully stout. If I could go ahead and just clean him up in his head and clean him up compositionally, I certainly think you've got a barrow there that you can call an easy class winner. I still think feet and legs and feature and body-wise he is, and that's why that particular barrow wins. As soon as this barrow in second came in, boy, I tied to him real quick. I love that barrow's muscle shape out of his shoulder. He's one of those that'll hit you real hard in his sift pin because he comes at you so good. He leaves you really wide in the lower part of his hip and real square at the ground. we get to beating on his head a little bit, and we want to get his head up. We want to make him look like the rest of those show barrows out here. I think at times we get on the whip so much, and a lot of kids do, and I'll even go ahead and argue with the boy that shows for me at home. He does sometimes. Guys, it just doesn't structurally make him look good enough. The longer we continue to do that to that particular barrow, he gets upright in his shoulder, he gets tighter in his hind leg, he gets tighter in his rear foot. And I don't think it's just because of that. I think the barrow's kind of got a bad attitude out here. He just doesn't really want to drive. You watch him go like that, and you can study a real genuine kind of a market hog that just needs to be stouter in his hind leg. We've got to set him down with more cushion in his rear foot. Oh boy, he's explosive as he comes to you, really wide as he goes away. We just got to level him out of his ham-loin junction, square him up there in terms of his front feet. The barrow that comes out here next is one that if you could just study him on the standstill and judge him like that, that barrow is proportional as any of them in this class, in his foot and his feature relative to his length of body. They've got him filled up very appropriately for his frame size. It's as soon as that barrow comes out of the gate and comes right to me, I know he's got to be at the bottom end of this particular lineup. He's a barrow that has to open up better through his chest. He's a hog that's interesting because his joints are built in him right, but he takes a short step off of both ends of his skeleton. He's just getting a little too choppy out here. We've got to loosen him up in his shoulder and loosen him up in his rear foot and his hind leg to just let him get out and go better, because I can go ahead and pick him apart all day in his chest. It's just his feet and legs that concern me the longer the drive continues. The barrow that comes out here next, I told the young man whenever I walked up to him, I said we've got to relax him in his rear foot, and he knew it right away. He kind of smiled and he laughed about it, and he said, I know, because he's got a barrow that I love in terms of his length of hip. I love that barrow's muscle pattern. He opens up great in his blade and all the way through his forerib. That barrow's got a high tail set in him, and I'm a sucker for a flat-tailed one. Those guys that know me know that I absolutely love that because it makes them look so cool out of their hip. Longer that barrow goes, he's got to relax in his rear foot. He's got to set down with more comfort. We've got to level him out of his hip. He does have that high tail set, a real stout kind of a root in him, but that barrow gets a little rounder about his hip, and he'll drag that foot up underneath him, like to open him up in his chest floor as he comes to you. The Poland appearing barrow that'll come out next is one that comes to you genuine. He leaves you real genuine. Looks like he got pulled back to maybe be in this class, and I think he's one that gets too flat in his rib and more nondescript about his muscle as you get down through his hip. If we could fill that barrow up and just power him up in his mid-body, soften his flank, and just give him a little more hydration, and just go ahead and set that barrow's loin down in between his hip and shoulder better, that one could move up in a hurry. This is a great class to work through. Awesome class winner. My compliments again to them all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenius. That concludes Class 5 Dark OPBs. Class 6 Dark OPBs, you are needed at the show ring at this time. Here are results from Class 5. In 10th place from Reagan County 4-H was Justin Glass. In 9th from Cochran County 4-H was Landon Lyon. In 8th from Levelland FFA was Macy Vergara. In 7th from Robertson County 4-H was Cody Starkey. In 6th from Potter County 4-H was Abigail Albright. In 5th from Hale County 4-H was Cash Martin. In 4th from Spearman FFA was Carter Bergen. In 3rd from Wise County 4-H was Brant Rasco. In 2nd from the Oldham County 4-H was Cameron King. And your class champion from the Fayette County 4-H was Kami Schley. Barrow weighed 247 pounds. We are now on to class number 6 Dark OPBs. This is the third of 4 Dark OPB classes. Your weight range in this class is 253 to 266 pounds, and there are 24 entries. Final announcement from Class 5 Dark OPBs, your certified Texas bred registry class champion was Cameron King of the Oldham County 4-H. Breeder of the pig was Cornerstone Ventures of Dalhart, Texas. The showman receives $100 and a cap, and the breeder, Cornerstone Ventures, receives a cap as well. Also in the barn, we do have an announcement. Robbie Phillips, we need you to report to the TPPA table. Robbie Phillips, we need you to report to the Texas Pork Producers Association table here in the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen at ringside, at this time we're going to release the exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If you would, once again, put your hands together and show them a nice round of applause. Attention in the barn, if Sam or Tara Albrock can hear me, your trailer over at the Delco lot is blocking an event that is to occur over the day, and it needs to be moved. Again, if Sam or Tara Albrock can hear us at the announcer stand, your trailer at the Delco lot is needing to be moved. Within that lot, there's an event that trailer is blocking. All right, attention in the barn, Class 7 dark OPVs. This is your first call. Class 7 dark OPBs, this will be your first call. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, Class 7 Dark OPBs, this is your second call. Class 7 Dark OPBs, this is your second call.
Right here.
Those don't suck.
That's a good player.
They're both good. He said that second place always got a bad case of the big sound legs. They're big.
Man, what an awesome class. I mean, the top 5 here are really interesting. Top 10 of them really were. And I tried to get nitpicky because you have to. I think the pair of them at the top end of this class represent a tremendous amount of quality. Where I make the call that the young lady's Berkshire Barrow needs to beat the young man's is as I get right up on top of him. That barrow comes out of his shoulder with more natural spread and shape in his loin. He's a barrow that's got a little nicer neck shape, and where it ties into his shoulder, he's huge in his lower hip. And yet you'd think he'd get outside of himself and where he'll set his hind leg, boy, that thing plants square. He's got a good look, big rib cage, massive top, and a running gear that just never quits. That thing wants to run the whole time. I think he's incredibly unique in a lot of areas as you study him coming to you, going away from you, where his foot sets in the shavings. He is an ultra wide one that's got a tremendous amount of muscle. He goes so good, just a really darn good one to win this class. Now, don't think that the barrow in second's no slouch, because whenever you talk about him, he has got a massive hind leg and a clean joint, and that hog knows how to use it. He gets his hind leg out and brings it back behind him. He'll get to running every once in a while and want to set his rear foot on the outside of his skeleton. I get up in front of him. He's a little chuffier about the top of his neck, and where it ties into his shoulder blade, he'll want to wrinkle and just roll up there a little bit more. Where his loin ties into his hip, I've just got to go ahead and blend him just a bit smoother. But a really powerful barrow there that's in second. It's real fresh in his presence, real fresh in his body. I like his muscle. Really good pair of them there at the top end of this class. The Poland appearing barrow that comes out in 3 is one that hit me real hard. And in a smaller ring back there in the smaller sift pin, he's the one that comes out of the gate with a head up and a tall shoulder, massive loin edge in him and a huge back spread, big in his lower hip and big in the center of his hip, and yet equally as wide and square at the ground. We set him in motion, and just unfortunate that barrow gets that much tighter in his hind leg. He straightens out in his hock. He'll set it down and compensate for a good rear foot set, but I've got to flex and reach his rear joint better. I got to set his shoulder back further onto his fore rib. If we do that, he's what I'm looking for in terms of width, muscle, and presence. His hind wheels aren't good enough as we let him go. The barrow that's in 4th is a massive one. I love his feature. His foot size is impeccable. He's a barrow that's real heads up in his attitude. He got a little ornery back there in the sift, and then we get him back in here, and the longer he goes, the tighter he'll become. He never opens his mouth or gets real hot. I just think it's a consequence of his hock and how it straightens too much. Then up front, he gets a little upright in his blade. I get right behind him, and as wide as he is in his hip, we've got to make that barrow that much more consistent in terms of his width from there down to the ground, but a real nice one in 4. Young lady's in 5. Real quick, give her a good round of applause because she did a heck of a job with a good Berkshire barrow. She stays up in a tough class because her barrow needs a shot more bone. I see that, and I'd like to just go ahead and reach his hind leg a bit better, but man, is that thing massive on the upper side of his framework. Big shoulder blade, big back, big hip, and that pair of young people that are driving him do an awesome job. Give them another round of applause. We'll exit the ring. A great class to work through.
All right, thank you, Judge Tenius. With that, Class 6 is in the record books. Class 7, you are needed at the show ring. Class 7, followed by selection of breed champion, will be our final event before lunch. But with that, results from Class 6 dark OPBs. In 10th place is J.C. Stubbs from the El Paso County 4-H. In 9th from the Hockley County 4-H is Kennedy Wood. In 8th, from Colorado FFA, Brindley Strain. In 7th, from Whitesboro FFA, Emily Barker. In 6th, from Knox City FFA, Jordan Ruiz. In 5th, from El Paso County 4-H, Madison Francis. In 4th, from the Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, is Molly Fluman. In 3rd, from Hamilton FFA, is Reagan Wagner. In 2nd, from the Sunray FFA, is Connor Crownover. And your class champion from the Lamb County 4-H is Malia Harper. Again, we are now on Class 7 in the back. If you're in that class, we need you to the show ring at this time. Results again from Class 6. Your Certified Texas Bred Registry class winner was Malia Harper of the Lamb County 4-H. Show barrow bred by Wintex Farms of Lubbock, Texas. Just a reminder, we will be taking a lunch break at the conclusion of our dark OPVs. And for those of you at home watching on RodeoAustin.com, we are on Class 7. This is the fourth of the 4 dark OPB classes. There are 24 entries in this class, and they weigh from 270 to 280 pounds. And also another couple of reminders, if you would like a picture, please have that decision made before you get outside of the main show ring so we know to let you by or to go into the photo area. Also, please remember the only grooming product allowed is water on these hogs. And then finally, if you have a first or second place class winner, when you return for breed champion, we do need you to reweigh. So just keep those things in mind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to open the gates and dismiss the exhibitors who remain in our show ring. If you guys would, put your hands together and let's give them a good round of applause and show them our appreciation. All right, to our first and second place dark OPB showman, this is your first call. To our first and second place dark OPBs, this is your first official call. All right, first and second place, dark OPB exhibitors. This is your second call. First and second place, dark OPB exhibitors. This is your second call.
What an awesome class to end on, and what a good one to go ahead and win this class, guys. That one at the ground and from there up just gets me fired up. I mean, his foot size, his foundation, his feature, whenever he comes to you that wide, he leaves you that wide, his flexibility and range of motion, his body type and where it sets in his frame size, his shoulder shape, his back shape, his hip shape, his ability to just go all day long and never make a noise, I think is awesome. That is a really good market hog to go ahead and win this class. He's got a little puffiness right there on the right side of his hock as you study him right on the inside of his joint, but it never ends up disabling where he utilizes his rear hind leg. I love a lot of things about that one. I think it'll be real interesting to see where he sets in the mix whenever he comes back. The really powerful Barrow's in second. Once you get past his little skin burn on top, he's the one that comes to you. He goes away from you as wide as any of them. I've got to see him set down with more comfort in his rear foot. I got to see him flex and reach and utilize the front end of his skeleton more appropriately. I want to see him set down better in his heel because I think he's got a good set to his hock, and that'll allow that Barrow to motivate and move better. But whenever you talk about taking him towards a rail and the market fundamentals of muscle shape and compositional correctness, that Barrow has a lot to offer. He's just one, whenever you set him in a show ring and you ask him to go, he's got to be a little sounder in his rear foot, take a better step behind. The one that ends up there in third, I like his flex. I like his comfort level and his range of motion. I think he comes with that because he probably doesn't have as much muscle as does the pair of Barrows that end up in first and second. He's a hog who comes to you and needs to square up in his front feet. You get right to his knee, and from there to the ground, we could square him up. Get right in behind his shoulder. I want to just go ahead and shape him up better in his 10th, open him up in his loin, and just open him up in the upper part of his hip as it goes away. But a very fall-free, very fundamental Barrow that stands in 3. Young man Spotted Barrow comes out like a monster. Whenever that thing comes out of the gate, he's huge-bladed and big-chested, got a humongous rib cage in him. He's a little bigger in his sheath and then you get up on top of him. The longer he goes, the lazier he gets in his top line. That all takes away from his look. To go ahead and call a barrel like that practical because some wood in terms of his rib and just the way that he looks like he's fed, that barrel's got to have quite a bit more stifle and hip in him whenever he goes away from you. I got to shape his back up better, open him up underneath. He just looks like a heavyweight barrel that we've ran out of room to put more muscle in. The barrel that ends up here in 5, I like the fundamentals of a good build and a nice look and proportionality from the profile. That barrel comes to you, and we got to set his knee more appropriately back into his forearm. He leaves you, and where his knee is, his hind leg is too. We got to square his hock up and just go ahead and make his rear foot square up at the ground. A real nice looking one from the side that to me just had a little bit more to him comparatively to what we had left in this drive. A great class to end on, a very unique kind of a class winner. My compliments to them all. This will be a very interesting dark drive. Give them a good round of applause.
All right, thank you, sir, and that concludes class number 7 dark OPBs. Next up is selection of our champion dark OPB. Real quickly, while we finish staging those, here are results from Class 7th. In 10th place was Hensley Hohurst from Brown County 4-H. In 9th place from Cedar Park FFA was Bryn Van Cleric. In 8th from Wall FFA was Chad Glasscock. In 7th from New Braunfels FFA was Hallie Bullard. In 6th from Smithson Valley FFA was Cale Park. In 5th from Lamb County 4-H was Brendel Harper. In 4th from Headley FFA was Tristan Harper. In 3rd from Canyon New Braunfels FFA was Cooper Silko. In 2nd from New Home FFA was Ashton Link. And your class champion from the Farmersville FFA was Jensen McTee. And real quickly, your certified Texas bred registry class winner from Class 7 was Ashton Link of the New Home FFA. Breeder of that barrel was Heath Link of New Home, Texas. All right, here comes our class champions from the dark OPB division out of class number 4. The lightest class from the Roy City FFA was Caitlin Shannon. Next out from class number 5, your class champion from the Fayette County 4-H was Kami Schley. All right, out of class number 6, representing the Lamb County 4-H was Malia Harper. And next out from class number 7 in the Farmersville FFA, Jensen McTee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of our dark OPB showmen, a great group of kids, a very competitive drive. And while we sort through our class champions, our second place winners we have on standby are Todd and Smith, Cameron King, Connor Crownover, and finally Ashton Link.
Give them a good round of applause here if you could. 4 awesome, awesome dark ones out here to work through. Guys, this division's been interesting because, we had a good set of Durocs, and you end up tying to one that to me just had the least faults in him, and not saying that they were all, terrible or anything like that. I think you end up having a very nice champion, and where flexibility and feature and range of motion all sets in them very appropriate, and I love the heck out of that Barrow from just the standpoint of his feature and his look. You get right back into the Berkshires and these dark ones that we've had, the Spots and Polands, and boy, do they just come at you with a lot of power. I mean, this is a particular set of breeds that you have mixed in here that have continuously just gotten better with time and better with selection and breeding, and the breeders that stand around ringside of these monsters ought to be real proud and real happy about where they set. I think there's 4 of them in here that are real good, and it starts with Class 1. Man, does that thing put a lot of good together. He's so square in the bottom side of his framework, and he's so big in his upper hip. He's so big in his rib cage up high. He's a Barrow that takes all that feature down to the ground into a real big foot. He's clean in his joints, and I think to me that's very unique, particularly in this setting, to be that big hind-legged and yet still go like he does. He's showing a little extra up there through his neckline, and that probably comes with his breed type. Right at the top of his neck, the same thing can be said. My boy, from there back, he puts a lot of fundamentals together. Class 2 comes out, and I love his hind leg. The way that he utilizes his hip and his rear joint and his rear foot, 110% of show barrows need to be built like that. The wideness of his hip, the upper part of his hip, the way that he utilizes his rear foot and his strength of pasturing, but yet still a comfortable pasturing that he sets down good with. From there forward, the Barrow gets a little chuffy. Right in behind his sheath, he's showing a little extra condition right up on top of his neck and right through the bottom side of his neck and into his loin. The Barrow planes just a bit and becomes more nondescript, but really an awesome one as he goes away from you. I wish he'd come at you just a little bit better as he comes out of the gate from there down to the ground. Class 3 is one that, man, you can grab a hold of and say he's just a beast. I mean, you've got to be out here and on him to understand how wide that Barrow is. He is so big in his blade. He is so massive in his chest. He looks like a Texas Barrow going away from you. I mean, that thing is huge hip, big hind-legged, inside of himself, and utilizes his rear joint so effectively. From the profile, like I said in class, the Barrow maybe not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as elevated as his shoulder, but he's so massive, he's got so much to him. I think then just be that square in his hind leg is very, very unique, and to handle himself like he does. Class 4 comes out in a good class, and I thought that was a deep class. Barrow's fundamentally built correct. I love his skeleton. I love his feature. I like his width as he comes to you and he goes away from you. He's in a heavier class, and you could tell they probably try not to fill him up quite as much because he's maybe just a little drier about his mid-body and through his flank. He's not quite as attractive up in the base of his neck, but man, is he a square-shouldered, big back, big hipped one that goes really good. I'm going to take one more good look at him. I'm going to get you a champion. This is an awesome set of them, guys. My compliments to you folks. My compliments to these kids, the breeders of these hogs, and the state of Texas. This has been fun so far. Give them a good round of applause. All right, congratulations goes to your Class 6 winner, Malia Harper of the Lamb County 4-H. Coming out in second from the Sunray FFA is Connor Crownover. And we talked about just how good that pair of them was in this class, and that brings out the real stout-footed, big, stout, hind-legged, big arm barrel. It's got a unique kind of a shape to his back and right through his rib. He's one that comes to you square. He goes away from you square. I got real high on the heavyweight barrel because I think he puts fundamentally a lot of good things together in a heavyweight market hog. He gets out here amongst the rest of them, and I think, again, maybe just showing to me just a little bit of chuff up front. He's just wanting to tighten just a bit, and I know he comes out of a good kind of a class there, and he drives for a while. He's tightening his hip just ever so slightly, but he's a barrel that really square there at the ground. Love the lightweight composition for his size. I like his freshness. I like his back. I like the Class 2 in terms of build. I wish he had just a little bit more shape. He's a little chuffy for my liking. Maybe just a shot shorter bodied, but an awfully good one. You got a really massive one to win, guys. And again, I mean, just put so many unique things together. And I thought was just an awesome kind of a champion whenever you got up close to him. I know it's hard to see that far away. There's a couple of them shinier in their skin and hair, and maybe just a little more up-headed, but really a unique one. The one I like second best stood second to him. Congratulations to that young man.
All right, congratulations to Connor Crownover of the Sunray FFA, the exhibitor of the 2016 Rodeo Austin Reserve Champion Dark OPB. With that, we are now on to our lunch break. We will do our best to start back around 1:30 to 1:45 in that time frame. We will give you a 5-minute warning for class number 8 white OPBBs. Again, we are on our lunch break. We will try to give you a 5-minute warning, but our lunch break we will try to wrap up and be started by 1:30 to 1:45 in that time frame. Attention in the barn. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:36 on my clock. At approximately 1:40, we're going to have that first call. So right at about 1:40, or just very shortly after that, we'll have that first call for those lightweight, light OPBs. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, this is going to be your first call for Class 8 White OPBs. First call, Class 8 White OPBs. All right, light OPBs, this is your second call. Class 8, light OPBs, this is your second call. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, we do have all of Class 8 here at the ring. A couple of announcements before it gets rolling completely. If you have a York or cross tomorrow, we would encourage you, please recheck the boards this evening. We have had some shifting and some movement of classes on the crosses and potentially the Yorks due to a number of things. So this evening, be sure you recheck which class you are in for sure. There will be a few hogs that get moved one class, one direction or the other for various reasons. Other announcements again, families, please have conversations what you want to do on pictures. We did have some challenges with pigs getting a little bit far back and then deciding they wanted a photo. So just have your mind made up once you get to that out gate in the arena, whether you want a picture or not. Also, please remember grooming products to use are water only. And with that, we're about ready to get underway. We will have 8 classes this afternoon. And again, if you have family or friends at home that would like to watch, they can go to the rodeoaustin.com website, watch RATV, and view the event just as we do here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Class 8 is complete and at the show ring. And again, class number 8 is underway. We have 26 entries in this class, and they have weights recorded from 240 to 269 pounds. And this will be the first of 2 white OPB classes. After that, we will be followed by our Hampshire division, which I believe features 6 classes this afternoon, and that will wrap on the day. It's on.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the show today, the Texas Pork Producers Association ADM Mormons Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry will be recognizing the exhibitor and the breeder of the highest placing certified Texas Bred Registry barrel in each class. The exhibitors of these barrels will receive an award of $100 and a special CTBR class champions cap sponsored by ADM Mormon Showtech. The breeder of the barrel will receive a CTBR Breeders' Class Champion Cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The title sponsor for TPPA's Certified Texas Bred Registry is ADM Mormon Showtech. ADM Alliance Nutrition offers consistent, high-quality feed products, supplements, and premixes. Showtech is a show pig feeding program that provides championship performance through feed technology. The ADM Showtech family of products' winning tradition comes from a superior line of performance-driven feeds containing a technologically advanced balance of proteins, vitamins, and trace minerals. Showtech helps meets the unique need of high lean genetics designed for the modern show pig industry. ADM's commitment is also evident in the future of agriculture. As part of their commitment, ADM sponsors over $100,000 in scholarships supporting our agricultural youth. A big thanks to ADM for their support of the CTBR. Now, pay attention, exhibitors. You must bring the completed copy of your CTBR certificate to the ring when exhibiting your barrel. If for some reason you don't have a certificate, stop by the TPPA table located near the swine show ring, and a replacement certificate will be available. Make sure when you come that you have the breeder's name, the breed of your pig, and the ear notch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, here momentarily we're going to dismiss these exhibitors in the show ring. If you would, put your hands together once again and let's give them a well-deserved round of recognition. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, this will be your first call for Class 9 White OPB. First call, Class 9 White OPBs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 9 White OPBs, this is your second call. Class 9 White OPBs, this is your second call.
Really a good class of them again. We've got just a monster to win this particular drive, and he's a barrel with all that muscle, still flexes good. I think to me, reach is good enough as you begin to study him. He's a barrel that, at times may set him down just a little hard. I think whenever I talk about his flex and reach, he's a barrel that will get his hock back behind him, but for all of his muscle there in his hip, may set his rear foot down just a little bit tougher at times. But boy, find me another one in here that's any better moving, that offers what he does in terms of just his width, his feature, his muscle mass. The barrel is incredibly bold in his rib and his hip. He's square off of both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to intensify his bone work just a bit. I'd give him just a shot of feature to go along with all of his mass. But man, is that young lady a stick, and she gets him out here, shows the attributes that he offers. Really a neat barrel to go ahead and win this drive. Just a powerful show hog, a good one to go ahead and win. I thought then it got closer between second and third, and the barrel that ends up in second to me is most like the class winner from the profile. In terms of his length of body, he's a barrel that's maybe just a shot stouter in his forearm and just a shot stouter in his hind leg. He goes away from you real clean in his joint, clean in the bottom side of his hip. He's a barrel that as he comes to you, we've got to open him up in his chest. He's starting to crust up over the top of his neck. He's not handling the front end of his skeleton quite as comfortably, but he's one that still to me, stoutness of feature, length of body, just proportions better than what we have left in class. The barrel that's in 3 takes a good reach up front. He sets him down again a little bit harder behind. I like his muscle out of his shoulder. I like his shape to his forerib and mid-body. I like him right in the center of his hip and where his tail head sets into his hip. He too gets a little fragile in his lower skeleton and through his jaw and his forearm. He's got to square up in his knee and front foot as he comes right to you. A barrel that's maybe a little lighter weight comes next, and even the same barrel that's in 5. A pair of barrels that come to you just a little lighter and smaller in their scale. I like this one's feature. I wish his neck tied up higher into his shoulder. I wish I could square his front feet up, because I could use his muscle and use his width of skeleton that he brings forth to you through his blade and through his chest and through the lower part of his hip to move up in class. Just the bottom side of his framework needs to correlate better, needs to come out here better in his front feet, set down with more comfort in his rear foot, and set his neck up higher into his blade and open his body shape up. Young man's barrel here is just a very fault-free kind of a market hog. Good looking, good built, has to come to you and go away from you wider. More one-dimensional in his skeleton and his framework underneath. Doesn't have near the forearm or the front paw that some of those do. We've got a stout in his face and his jaw up, and then yet still clean his neck up at the same time. Like the build, like the general kind of a hip and hind leg that he brings forth from just a practicality and build standpoint. We just got to put more to him, but a nice barrel in 5. My compliments to them all. Give them a good round of applause there. That was a good class to start back into here after lunch.
I'll try to do better.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenyus. And with that, Class 8 is in the record books. Class 9, we do need you to the show ring. Here are results from Class 8, our first of the 2 white OPB classes. In 10th place from the Nazareth FFA, Brianna Huseman. In 9th from Wise County 4-H is Tristan Rasco. In 8th from Blue Ridge FFA is Kelsey Kennan. In 7th from Klein Oak FFA is Paige Schmidt. In 6th from Wall FFA is Thomas Hoffman. In 5th from Glasscock County 4-H is Rafe Royal. In 4th from Ennis FFA is Madison Ham. In 3rd from the Canyon New Braunfels FFA is Callie Silko. In 2nd from the Dumas FFA is Morgan Sullivan. And your class champion from the McCullough County 4-H is Lily Appleton. Other results from Class 8, your Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion for the white OPBs is Lily Appleton once again of McCullough County 4-H. She will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of the pig was Todd Byers of Abernathy, Texas. He will receive a Certified Texas Bred Registry cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The breeder's cap can be picked up at the Texas Pork Producers Association table near the show ring. All right, for those of you watching at home, we are now on to Class 9, our heavyweight class in the white OPBs. In this class, we will have 26 entries, weighing from 270 to 280 pounds. All right, from the lost and found section, we have a ring up here that has FFA on it. If you can tell us what the rest of it is, it's probably yours. So if you've got a ring that has the 3 letters FFA on it, and it's not on your finger, you might want to come see us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, the exhibitors in the ring will be returned to the back at this time. If we could, let's put our hands back together and give them another nice round of applause. All right, attention in the barn, Class 10 Hampshires. This is your first call, Class 10 Hampshires. This is your first call. call. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, Class 10 Hamps, this is your second call. Class 10 Hamps, second call.
Oh man, what a good class again. There's a barrow here that again just puts so many good things together. And I think just for obvious reasons, he's a big bladed, big back, big ribbed hog that's so good in his hip and hind leg. He's clean in his joints. He's a heavy structured barrow that's upright in his pastern, but not so upright that it makes him tight in his shoulder. He's strong in his front foot, and he's strong in his foundation. He's so fresh at the top of his neck where it ties to his shoulder. He's a barrow that's tremendous in his loin edge, tremendously wide in his hip. He's a barrow that the longer the drive continues, only continues to impress me. Really a good one to win this class. I guess if you were to go ahead and nitpick him, you could open him just a skosh more, right in the floor of his chest. That's probably his hole out here. And just clean him up right there in the base of his neck. But that's getting really critical on one that puts a lot of good together. The barrow that's in second, again, was one of those that you just have to continue to study, particularly compared to the barrow that's in third. He's so much stouter in his foundation. He's so much stouter in his foundation. He's so much stouter in his foot. He's stronger and leveler out of his shoulder and stronger down his top line. Barrow's got more true muscle shape in his back. He's not as spread as wide open in terms of his rib as the barrow he is in third, but he's got the better outline. He's the stouter featured hog of that pair that just fits together better. Really a good one there in the top pair. The one that comes out in third, the young man did a great job with, and whenever he comes out of the gate, he's a barrow that you have to appreciate just in terms of his skin and his hair. He's a barrow that comes off as one that's profiled good at the top of his shoulder, his length of face and neck I like. As I work towards the mid part of his spine, he gets too lazy there. He wants to roll down in his spine, and then as I study him at the ground, we've got to stouten his foundation up. He gets too frail in his forearm. He's too frail in his jaw. He's too frail in his hind leg. But what he does better than the barrow that's in fourth is whenever he lays down in his top line like that, it allows his shoulder to come back better, and he utilizes the front end of his skeleton more appropriately. We just got to stouten that guy up and strengthen his back up, fix his lines as he goes across the ring to go ahead and move him up one more spot. The barrow that's in fourth, I like his feature. I like his foundation. I like his muscle shape. He's a barrow that as he comes to you, we've got to open him up at his blade. We've got to elevate him at his shoulder and pick his neck up higher on the top of it. Set his shoulder blade further back onto him whenever he drives. Make that barrow just get out here and go better out of his front end of his skeleton. And then we can talk about one that squares up with a tremendous amount of shape as he goes away from you, really squaring his rear foot and squaring his hock. It's the front 2/3 of his body that I got to fix to go ahead and move him up a couple spots. But one that's fresh, presented right. Young man does a good job presenting him at the same time. My compliments to him. Young lady's barrow that comes in 4 comes to you real big and practicable about his rib cage. He comes to you good through his chest, and he's square from there down. We've got to pick him up on his front pasterns. We've got to level him out of his blade and his top line, level him out of his hip and his loin junction there and where it ties together. And again, just intensify his lower skeleton comparatively to the amount of chub that he's carrying up high. That was a really good class. I think a tremendously high quality top pair. Again, my compliments to them. Great class to end on here in your whites.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our second of the 2 white OPB classes. With that, we're now ready to select our champion white OPB for 2016. Coming out of class number 8, the lightweight class, from the McCullough County 4-H is Lily Appleton. Barrow weighs 269 pounds. Coming out next, our heavyweight class, class number 9, from the Friendship FFA, is Hudson Hutchison, barrow weighing 280 pounds. On standby, our second place winners from the Dumas FFA are Morgan Sullivan from the light class, and from the heavy class from the Comfort FFA, Bailey Allerkamp.
Well, great pair of them again. If you would give both of these young people a good round of applause, it's definitely well deserved. Really good pair of them as they sort to the top end of this particular lineup, and I think both of these barrows represent each other very well from a standpoint of length of body and how they're put together in the upper part of their skeleton. The barrow that wins Class 1, he's a monster as he comes out of the gate at the top of his shoulder blade and all the way down his back and out of his hip. There's a tremendous amount of spread in that barrow. Longer he goes, he's wanting to step on the outside of his hoof wall and his right hind leg in particular. We've got to square that joint up and bring it within the inseams of his skeleton, stouten him up in his features just a bit, and he'll want to relax on his front foot, probably just a little more than termed ideal. But I think it still keeps him comfortable enough up front, because that hog is just like I said, just a bold kind of a truck. As he gets on, you get on top of him and he gets to coming at you and going away from you. Tremendous amount of value there. The heavyweight barrow is one that is just really square off of both ends. I know that he's not one of the real big chested ones out here, but he's one of the barrows that comes to you square. I think we can go ahead and justify in where you want to set your priorities. If his knee sets in him further, if his front feet set together, then you call him narrow. I think to me he's still squaring his blade and he's squaring his knee, and from there back he's so fresh in his body, fresh in his loin. He's incredibly wide and long about his hip. His reach and range of motion's impeccable out here. He's the stouter featured one of that particular pair of them out here. He's one that's maybe a little uglier right there through his jaw and through his face. He's not as opened up, right in the center of his blade, as is a young lady's Barrow. But in terms of skeleton and feature and just the priorities I've set the standard on so far, he's the one that puts the most good together. He's your champion. Congratulations to him.
All right, congratulations to your champion white OPB showman from the Friendship FFA, Hudson Hutchison. Coming out next, your second place winner. Second place winner out of the heavyweight class from the Comfort FFA, Bailey Allerkamp.
That brings that second place Barrow out and one that is just so stout in his features. We haven't seen one that stout in his hind leg and that big in his arm, and yet still utilize each end of his skeleton like he does. He's a Barrow, as you get towards the mid part of his rib, he'll get a little flatter. He just tucks up in his flank and just becomes a little drier about his body type out here comparatively to the other one that ends up winning Class 1. I like where his tail head sets onto his hip. I think he's a little higher in his jump muscle. The reason he beats the Barrow in third in that class is because he's stronger in his loin, he's stouter in his bone work. That's why I liked him a good deal. I still think there's a lot of characteristics that you can talk about in him if you wanted to go ahead and tie towards him. For me personally, he just needs to open up better in his rib and open up better in his shoulder, just become a little bit more, to me, fuller, I guess. Physically, just fill that Barrow up just a little bit more, and maybe we were pushing some weight limits, I don't know. He still looked like maybe a lighter weight one in that class, so I would struggle to think that he did push some weight limits, but if we could fill that hog up, his feature and his look definitely gets me excited. The young lady's Barrow here, I've talked enough about him. I think if you talk about body, width, and muscle shape, he's the one that's ideal out here. I wish I could build his right hind leg a little better and pick him up on his front feet, but to me, he's the real massive one of the particular pair. He's the fresher body, just stouter one behind. He's the second best one to me. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations goes to Lily Appleton of the McCullough County 4-H. That concludes the white OPB division. We are now moving on to our Hamp division. This will be class number 10, the first of 7 Hamp classes. In class 10, we will have 30 entries. They all weigh 240 pounds. Before we move away from our wide OPBs completely, here are results from class number 9. In 10th place from the Anderson Shiro FFA, Skylar Woods. In 9th, also from Anderson Shiro FFA, Morgan Higginbotham. In 8th, from Hale County 4-H, Myra Jeter. In 7th, from the Alvin FFA, Diana Kettler. In 6th, from Randall County 4-H, Cersei Peoples. In 5th, from the Paradise FFA, Courtney Cathy. In 4th, from the Friendship FFA, Ryan Smith. In 3rd, from the Bullard FFA, Braden McKeithen. In 2nd, from the Comfort FFA, Bailey Allerkamp. And your class champion, also breed champion from the Friendship FFA, was Hudson Hutchison. And our final result from the Chesters, in class 9, your Texas Certified Bred Registry winner went to Hudson Hutchison of the Friendship FFA. The breeder of that pig was Russell Canese of Fredericksburg, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside at this time, the young people who remain in the show ring will be dismissed. If we could, one more time, let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we start our Hampshire drive, we'd like to once again recognize our judge this afternoon. Born and raised on a family farm in Highland, Illinois, Miles Tenius has spent his whole life around agriculture and livestock. He grew up showing both steers and barrows at both the local and state level, and in 2007 he exhibited the champion barrow at the 2007 Illinois State Fair. His education in college began at Lakeland Junior College, and he went on to Western Illinois University, where he received a degree in ag business and animal science. He was also an active member of the collegiate livestock judging team at those two programs. He's currently judged over 300 shows in 16 different states, including the LSU Livestock Show, Ohio State Fair, Illinois Open, and county shows and jackpots across the nation. Miles' show ring philosophy is that livestock need to be built right with the correct proportionality of feature, length of skeleton, and body type to balance. And as an agricultural enthusiast, Miles believes that it is important to continue pushing junior livestock events. He's honored to be selected as the market barrow judge for Rodeo Austin, believes that Rodeo Austin sets a high standard amongst majors in proving that it's not just about the livestock, but most importantly, it's about the future of youth in agriculture. Again, this afternoon, let's give a warm Texas welcome to our judge, Mr. Miles Tenius. All right, Class 11 Hamps. This is your first call, Class 11 Hamps. This is your first call. All right, attention in the barn, Class 11 Hamps. This is your second call. Class 11 Hamps, second call.
Well, really a high-quality top end at this particular Hampshire drive, and we got a pair of them out here that resemble each other so much in terms of their length of body, their depth and shape to the rib, and their width as they come to you and go away from you. The barrow that I start with, I was hesitant to at times because he's one that his joints are built in him so good, where his angle to his blade and his knee is, and yet still where his hock sets. He's just one that doesn't get out here and just take that long reach and comfortable step that I'm looking for. But I don't see another one in here that matches his amount of muscle and his shape behind his blade, his width in the center of his hip, that's any better. And he never gets any worse. He just never really gets any better. At the same time, he still has a good kind of a skeleton build in him. I just wish he'd reach that hind leg back just a little bit further behind him, and then I'd square him up on his front feet. But as soon as I get up next to the pair and I study muscle shape, I study width down their back and out of their hip, he's the one that spreads wider in his loin. He's got more shape there at his 10th, and he brings it down with more muscle all the way through his lower stifle and down towards his hock. Really a good barrow to win this class. The one that stays maybe just a shot more comfortable is there in 2. And I like him whenever he continued to drive because he's very comfortable up front. What that allows that barrow to do is take his neck and set it way up on the top of his shoulder and yet still maintain a good kind of a hind leg. As I got right behind him, he lacks the amount of muscle as your class winner. He flattens and planes and becomes more nondescript. He's one that flattens in the lower part of his hip, and then whenever you watch him go, he'll take his rear foot and begin to step it on the outskirt of his skeleton. And I got to just open him up right at his knee and from there down to the ground to call him a class winner. But really a good pair of them that resemble each other awfully well. There's more muscle shape in the barrow that wins. Young man's that's in 3rd, I don't like this particular juncture of saying that a barrow needs to be 1st or 3rd, but this is probably the one in class that you could talk about that could be 1st or 3rd. From the profile, his outline is what I look for every time. His length in neck, his elevation in his shoulder, his width at his blade, and yet still the muscle shape and the compositional correctness of a lightweight market hog. He's a barrow as he continues to drive. Whenever you get behind him, he'll start to sway and swivel in his hip. He'll take his rear foot and plant it on the outskirts of his skeleton. We've got to open him up in the shape to his rib and stouten him in his jaw. But really a good-looking barrow from the profile that I like a good deal in terms of just his presence. I like his lines and the way that it sets in him. I just wish he'd take his hind leg, bring it back within the inseams of his skeleton, and use it way back further behind him. And then we've got a real good class winner. The barrow that comes in 4 is a really powerful barrow. He's undoubtedly the wide-chested, big back hog in class that leaves you extremely bold. He's too short in his hip. He's too short in his makeup for me. He's a barrow whenever you get right behind him. As wide as he is up in the upper part of his framework, we've got to make him equally as consistent from there down to the ground. He's twisting in his right rear foot. I've got to square his right hind leg up as he drives away from me. As square as he is coming to you, he's just a different hog as you study his lower skeleton going away. Young man's barrow that comes in 5, a real good looking one from the side that's presented right in his body. I like his skin coat and his texture to his skin because it makes that barrow look real attractive out here. He's one as you get behind him, he not only lacks the amount of feature and ankle and rear foot that it'll sure take to be a class winner and compete in the top end of this class, but he's one that's just wanting to step on the outside of his feet, twist his ankle and rear foot, and bring his hind leg just a little too far outside of his skeleton. Really a good class there. There's more muscle, shape, and dimension in the barrow that wins, and yet still a nice kind of a build. Congratulations to them all. Give them a good round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Tenius. And with that, Class 10 is recorded. Class 11 Hamps, we do need you to the show ring. Class 11 Hamps, we do need you to the show ring. Here are results out of Class 10. This was the first class out of 7 Hamps. In 10th place from El Paso County 4-H was Carly Shea Whitty. In 9th from Blanco County 4-H was Bethany Scott. In 8th from Hemphill County 4-H was Kylie Walser. In 7th from Midland FFA is Coy Stanley. In 6th from Nazareth FFA was Riley Raymakers. In 5th from Valley View FFA is Wheeler Pethtel. In 4th from Stanford FFA is Chesney Lefebvre. In 3rd from Taylor County 4-H is Ethan Arrington. In 2nd from the Stanford FFA is Linda McVeigh. And the class champion came from the Yo FFA, Jayton Benavidez. Again, that barrow weighed 240 pounds. Also out of Class 10, your Texas Certified Bred Registry winner went to Ethan Arrington of the Taylor County 4-H. The breeder of that hog was Matt and Curry Allen of Ovalo. Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 11 is now back in our pre-judging area. This class will have 31 entries, and they all weigh 240 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to release the exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If you guys would, one more time, let's put our hands together, give them a well-deserved round of recognition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 12 Hampshires, this is your first call. Class 12 Hamps, first call. All right, attention to the barn. Class 12 Hamps, second call. Class 12 Hamps, second call.
Well, man, another good class. The bear that I start with, other than the fact I think he's a little ugly-eared, that Barrow's a square, genuine one as he comes to you. His hind leg comes out of the base of his hip square. He's a bear that, to me, for his frame size, compositionally, just reads more correct. I like his reach and range of motion. I like his muscle shape behind his blade better. I like where he ties his muscle down into the bottom of his hip better through his lower hip and his stifle. I know he's not as big at his ankle and his rear foot and his arm as is the bear that's in second. I know he's not as bold in his heart and his forerib too, but I do like the length, like the elevation. I like the length and levelness of rump that bear designs with, and to me his left hind leg comes out square out of his hip as he drives away from you. Young ladies, Barrow is really unique in a lot of areas, guys. If you like them short and chubby and stout, you're going to tie to this Barrow all day long because that's what he represents, and he is so good as he comes out of the gate and comes right to you. The floor of his chest and how big it is and how big his arm is and where it sits on the outside of his body. He's a real stout-headed, clean-jawed kind of a Barrow. He gets his head up and yet still stays comfortable. For me personally, he's a little shorter bodied, and that's not where I get to hammering on him. Whenever I get right behind him, he's wanting to twist in his rear feet, push his hock just ever so slightly. If I could clean his joint up and square it up at the same time, you've got a really unique class winner that puts a tremendous amount of feature and product together. For me personally, he's a little physically overfull for his frame size, and then I got to square those rear feet up as he goes away. I think you have to get real critical on that pair of Barrows that contrast in kind. The better hind-legged one will always win, in my opinion. That's where that Barrow that ends up surfacing goes ahead and does so. There's a lot of things I like about this Barrow that comes out in third. To me, whenever you study the upper part of his blade and all the way down his top, he opens as good in his upper rib cage as any of those Barrows. He spreads real big at the top of his blade, proportions that spread all the way down his top line and out of the bottom side of his hip. I love him from that aspect. He's a little fragile in his hind leg and his forearm. As that Barrow gets to going away from you, as wide as he is up high, we've got to make him that much more consistent from there down to the ground. He wants to close in the base of his skeleton. He's getting a little sharper right at the top of his neck and where his chine lays. But man, I love that thing's shape. I like his reach and comfort level from the side. If I could stouten his features up and his bone work, that Barrow can move up a couple more spots. The Barrow that comes in for just not a real big hole in this Barrow. A nice design one the proportions and balances well from the side. I got to clean him up right behind his sheath. He's showing a little excess condition. I got to shape his mid back up and shape him up as you get right behind him. Square his hind leg up just ever so slightly as he goes away from you. Open him up in his lower hip and through his stifle muscle. But really a good kind of a barrow from the profile that fits together very well. Got a big-footed, really good presented barrow that comes out next. I love this guy's skull. I love his feature up front. I like his width of chest. He gets too down on his front feet and wanting to step it on the outside of his hoof wall. He'll push his elbow out of his body. You get right behind him and he flattens in his upper rib, wanting to push his hock just ever so slightly. But really a nice kind of a barrow there in 5. An awesome class of Hampshires. We get nitpicky down the line there and the rear wheels and how they're built. There were some nice hogs in there that if we could square up, we could definitely move up. Great class to sort through. Give them a nice round of applause.
I didn't know if you wanted sweet or unsweet, so I combined them.
All right, class number 11 is concluded. Here are your results. In 10th place from the George West FFA was Emma Mosley. In 9th from Navasota FFA, Clayton Onken. In 8th from Hale County 4-H, Isaiah Jeter. In 7th from Moore County 4-H, Socorro Rodriguez. In 6th from Graham FFA, Cade Anderson. In 5th from Anderson Shiro FFA, Laurel Hansen. In 4th from the Como County 4-H, Morgan Turner. In 3rd from Tahoka FFA, Jackson Lehman. In 2nd from the Friendship FFA, Aubrey Scott. And your class champion from the Potter County 4-H, Hadley Albright. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you watching at rodeoaustin.com, we are now on to class number 12, Hampshires. There will be 27 entries in this class, and that way from 241 to 250 pounds. Just a couple of reminders in the barn. For those first and second place exhibitors, you are reweighed once you come back for selection of breed champion. Again, first and second place exhibitors, you are reweighed when you come back for breed champion. Also, grooming products, water is the only thing allowed. And finally, in terms of pictures, please discuss as a family if you want that picture before you get to the show ring, depending on where you might place. We need to know before you get out that back gate if you want that picture or not, so we know which way to turn you. All right, and your TPPA ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 11 Hamps was exhibited by Hadley Albright of the Potter County 4-H. Hadley will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of that pig was Dan Young of Burke Burnett. The breeder will receive a certified Texas bred cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The breeder's cap may be picked up at the Texas Pork Producers Association table next to the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, these exhibitors who remain in the show ring will be dismissed. Once again, let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause. And again, for those of you watching at home online at rodeoaustin.com, this is Class 12. This will be our third Hampshire class out of 7 today, and they weigh from 241 to 250 pounds, and there are 27 entries in this class. All right, attention in the barn, Class 13 Hamps, first call. Class 13 Hamps, first call. Ladies and gentlemen in the barn, class 13 Hamps, second call. Class 13 Hamps, second call.
Man, what a good class. Lots of differences in terms of kind out here. A lot of different ways that you can do it. And I'm sure from the outside looking in, you could just jump up over the fence and say, this is the way it needs to be done. I wouldn't disagree in some areas, but the Barrow that wins, guys, is the mold of what I like. He's a tall-shouldered, big-muscled Barrow whose features stout, and he's clean in his joints. He's real big in his upper hip. He's wider than the Barrow is that comes to you here in second. He's a better-headed Barrow, and it ties up just neater at the top of his shoulder. He's better at the crest of his neck, and he opens up bigger in his stifle muscle as he goes right away from you. He's square in his feet. He's good on his feet. A Barrow that, to me, puts a lot of quality together and such a great presence. He's fresh. He's practical. He's got muscle. A good show Barrow to win this class. I thought there it got close between second and third, and where I make the call that the Barrow in second needs to stay in second is as I watch him come to me. This Barrow is not only stronger in his feet, but he comes out of the back of his shoulder with more natural muscle shape. I get right behind him comparatively to my class winner. That's where that Barrow disappoints me the most. He flattens in his lower hip. They've got him clipped out to where you try to show and blend that better, but he's a Barrow that flattens too much for me there. He closes from there to the ground. He's a little plainer in his throat latch and at the top of his neck. I got to square his knee up just ever so slightly coming to you, but he's a creature-legged deal that to me just offers a tremendous amount of shape up high. He's real square in terms of his build at the ground. A nice kind of a Barrow there to be in second. It's a little different, obviously, than your class winner. This belted Barrow that comes in third, man, whenever he hit the class, I thought it was going to be tough to beat him. And some would still say that from the outside looking in. He's a little better at the top of his neck, and right from his shoulder blade forward, he offers more length of face and more length of neck. He's a stout-featured Barrow that's so big in his feet. He wants to just go ahead and offer too much cushion almost in the front end of his skeleton. He sets back on his dew claws. Whenever he does that and becomes uncomfortable up front, he takes his hind leg and sets his rear foot foot on the outskirts of his framework. He's a barrow for all of his spread that he's got in his top. I want to put more shape in his loin, open him up right in his mid-body, clean him up on the front side of his right rear joint, but really a stout, good-looking one from the profile. If I can go ahead and change those minute areas, then we've got a barrow that hustles to play in this class. That's where I see him, and to me, that's what he is. The barrow that's in fourth, he comes out, and boy, whenever that thing gets his head up, there ain't a bigger rib, bigger four-ribbed hog in this class. Tremendously opened up in his mid-body, real big in the center of his hip. From the profile, he'll run downhill just a bit and get a little shorter in his jaw and through his neck. He's a barrow that, again, needs to be squared up and his feet coming to you. He wants to roll them in just a bit. I don't know if it's the sand or just the way that he's built in his rear foot, but there's times where that barrow wants to roll up in his ankle and his pastured and flip the dust back behind him. I've got to set his rear foot down with more comfort and then let that barrow get out here and go with just a bit square kind of a foundation and offer more muscle shape behind his blade to move him up in this particular class. The black-headed barrow that ended in 5. If I could open this guy up in his chest and open him up at the top of his blade, you've got a barrow that blends in proportion so well from the profile. I love that thing's skull. I love the feature to his head, the shape to his blade, and how big he is down the mid part of his back all the way out through his hip. He's so fresh in his composition. To me, they've got him plenty filled up, and I think whenever you begin to study him, he's one that you could talk about being opened up in his rib shape. You swallow him back, and then he looks a little flatter in his upper rib. I like him going away from you better than I do the barrow that ends up in 6. To me, if we could open that barrow's chest floor and knee up, then all of a sudden he moves up the line. The belted barrow comes out bigger chested. He comes out just to me with maybe a notch more shape. He wants to run downhill from the side. I think it's a result because he's too weak on his front pastern. Then he gets rounder in his hip, and he'll take his hind leg and drag it up underneath him a little further towards the front side of his sheath. What a great Hampshire market hog class to work through. Great kids presenting them. Give them a good round of applause. It's definitely well deserved.
All right, thank you, Miles. That puts Class 12 into the record books. Class 13 will be up next, but results from 12 before we move on. In 10th from the early FFA was Hayden Schrader. In 9th from Fredericksburg FFA was Sadie Hardison. In 8th from Throckmorton FFA was Will Jeter. In 7th from the Ennis FFA is Ariel Burden. In 6th from the Stockdale FFA, Cassidy Fay. In 5th from Potter County 4-H was Archer Albright. In 4th from Sweetwater FFA was Alyssa Souls. In 3rd from Haskell FFA is Allie Stewart. In 2nd from the Lubbock County 4-H was Tyler Endicott. And your class champion from the Sealy FFA was Andrew Fleming, barrow weighing 249 pounds. We are now on to Class 13. This is our middle class in the Hampshire Division. There are 27 entries, and they have weights written down from 251 to 259 pounds. All right, and out of class number 12, your certified Texas bred registry class champion was Tyler Endicott of Lubbock County 4-H, barrow bred by Wintex Farms of Lubbock, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you join me in a nice round of applause for those exhibitors who leave the arena at this moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, one more time. We are on class 13. There are 27 entries in this class, weight range of 251 to 259 pounds. This is the middle class out of 7 Hampshire classes this evening. A couple of reminders, though. Those of you in the Yorks or crosses tomorrow, please tonight recheck the boards. There will be some hogs moving up or down in terms of classes, potentially due to some changes and things. So again, please recheck boards tonight to verify what class you will be in tomorrow. Also, to those first and second place Hampshire exhibitors, just remember those animals will be reweighed once they hit the arena. And also all breed champions tomorrow evening will be reweighed as they return to the show ring for selection of Grand Champion Barrow 2016. Attention, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, this will be the first call for Class 14 Hamps. First call, Class 14 Hamps. Ladies and gentlemen in the barn, Class 14 Hamps, second call, Class 14 Hamps, second call.
Man, what a good class. And guys, I apologize for taking just a little bit of time, but I think it's needed. If you can get past the fact that the Barrow that wins this class maybe just gets just a little down on his front feet, that thing is an absolute monster. He's so big in his back, he's huge in his hip, he's massive in his hind leg. The barrel proportions so well. They've got his body set into his frame right. They filled him up appropriately to bring his back and hydrate it back together. He's got a huge loin edge in him. He's got a running gear that never quits. He's got a foot that sets down square and even in his toes. I love a lot of things about that barrel. He's probably not the slickest necked one I've ever used, but to me it proportions to his body and his forerib and midrib, and he's so stout. He's so square. A bear that's mobile. I think an awfully good one to win this class. The slicker-headed, taller-shouldered one's in second. He's got a massive back in him. He's got a huge hip in him. They've done a good job getting him ring ready out here in terms of his rib cage. He doesn't have near the feature in his hind leg that the Barrow does that wins this class. I've got to take his loin and tie it smoother back into his hip. He wants to pinch right there. The Barrow gets a little fragile about his jaw, and I think that correlates to a smaller hind leg. But what I think he does have relative to the Barrow that's in third is, to me, just a better neckline where it ties to his shoulder. To me, his rear foot maintains square as we drive him across the sand. I like that Barrow's comfort level. I love his spread. I love his muscle shape behind his blade. A really good one there to be in second. Young man, I'm going to give you the upper hand here because you're a flat stick whenever you can get one going. That Barrow, whenever he gets his head up, then all of a sudden proportions better. He's a big bladed, big ribbed hog that's a little shorter bodied than that pair of them that end up in first and second. That allows him to balance so well. He's almost got so much cushion to his rear foot and the loose sand, it makes him want to turn him and then start to bring his hock a little out of his framework. He's wanting to get this two down on his front feet. Whenever his head goes down, then all of a sudden you'll see the crest of his neck bulk up. Whenever he gets his head up, then that Barrow squares and he goes good. Head down, then everything becomes just a little more piecey. A really good Barrow in three and a good young man driving him. Young ladies in four, if you talk about one that is just monster-legged, he's huge in his forearm, he's huge in his foot, he's massive in his hind leg, he's massive in his rear foot, and the Barrow is appropriately filled up to his length of body for his frame size. I get behind him, I'm the most disappointed in where he's at in the top 4 or 5 of them in terms of natural width and spread. It just doesn't piece together well. He's wanting to fall apart right behind his blade and should get his head up and make it stronger, make his blade lay back further and strengthen his back up. As soon as his head goes down, he tightens behind his blade. He gets way too flat in his lower hip. We've got to open him up in his stifle joint or his stifle muscle and open him up in the center of his hip to go ahead and move him up in this class. The Barrow that comes next is one that comes out of the gate as good as any of them. I love his front foot and where it sets in the shavings into the sawdust here, into the sand. He's a Barrow that's big in his cage. He's massive in his back line, real big in his upper hip. He gets to going away from any funnels from there to the ground. He'll pull in at his hock and get too tight in his rear 1/3 of his body. We've got to go ahead and just strengthen his feet up, make him go better out here. He's just not quite as coordinated. What a great class to work through. Those top 5 are tremendously high quality. We've got a beast that wins, though. Congratulate them all if you would. Great class to sort through.
Thank you, Judge. Class 13 is in the record books, and Class 14, you are needed at the show ring. Out of Class 13, here are the results. In 10th place from Randall County 4-H was Kyra Deeds. In 9th place from Blackwell FFA was Jordan Jones. In 8th from Glasscock County 4-H was Hagen Hoffman. In 7th from the Friendship FFA was Caitlin McNeil. In 6th from Bartlett FFA is Alejandro Garcia. In 5th from Hale County 4-H is Rowdy Huffaker. In 4th from Johnson County 4-H was Michaela Grady. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H is Grayson Blunt. In 2nd from the Stamford FFA is Bailey Epley. And your class champion from the Sweetwater FFA, Kirsten Smith. Barrow weighed 258 pounds. From Class 13, your certified Texas Bred Registry class champion went to Kirsten Smith, also of the Sweetwater FFA, show barrow bred by Levi Canales of Amarillo, Texas. In Class 14, this is This is our third from last HAMP class. In this class, we will have 27 entries, and they will weigh from 260 to 265 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the exhibitors in the show ring are going to be dismissed. Let's give them one more round of applause for a job well done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 15 Hamps, we can start bringing those hogs to the show ring. This is your first call, Class 15 Hamps. This is your first call to the show ring. All right, Class 15 Hamps, second call. Class 15 Hamps, second call.
It's been a good class. Again, you know, as you get to the top end of this particular drive, there's a lot of give and take. I think we weigh one out probably in this class. It was real good too, and I don't always say that on the microphone, but to me, it's just an awfully good one. But you get back in the mix of them and you study the top pair of them, and as soon as I get in front of the thin belted barrel, I say he's got to be wider, and then I go back to the class of the Durocs and think about what I've done in terms of keeping them right in their composition, keeping them right in their feature, right in their elevation at their shoulder, and right in their muscle, right in terms of their body and how it sets in their frame size. Guys, I know he needs to be wider up front, and I know that that's the argument if you come to me with one. But that particular barrel right there, if you open him up anymore, there is no argument. He's a good-looking, sharp-dressed dude that's got a big hind leg. I love the length and levelness of his rump. I love his forearm. To me, where he beats the barrel that's in second is not only is he stronger on his front feet, but he's better right in behind his shoulder. This barrel gets a little bulldoggy up at the top of his neck, and his blade will rock just a nickel forward in him. He'll compensate it for a good front foot set, and from his mid-body back, he brings forth more muscle than does your class winner. I'm critical on his front pasterns, and I let it go in the last class, but I thought to me that barrel in the last class was still better than this one and where he set his front feet. This guy gets plenty weak. Then whenever we try to get his head up, he wants to throw his arms up. It makes the whole front end of his skeleton just throw out of whack. If I can just build and balance the front end of his framework better, he's as stout, as big ribbed, big backed, and big hipped as we've seen. If you can go ahead and say that his pasterns and his front end's good enough, you'll tie to him every time. From the top up there, you say he's got more back and width, you'll tie to him. Down here is where it matters, and that barrel's not good enough up front. The barrel that's in 3 has got a great look to him. I love him from the profile. Looks like we fought a little bit of weight, and we want to not fill him up just quite as well. Looks like to me, in terms of his rib, his flank, and where it all sets in him, it's too tucked up. What I like about this barrel is his flex and his range of motion. Love his levelness, upper skeleton. Get to whip it on his head, and it makes him look just a little straighter about his blade, and where it sets in him, he's just too tucked up and too dry through his mid-body. Still, though, I think he's better than is the barrel that comes out next from just the standpoint of his muscle shape. The barrel right here has got an awesome profile. Probably looks the most like your class winner, truthfully, in terms of his arm. Love the stoutness of that barrel's head. Got a little bigger ear set on him. It makes him look maybe just a little uglier headed. I get right behind his shoulder blade, right into his mid-body, his forerib, and all the way down his back. That barrel's got a spread with more width. I've got to open him up from there on down to the ground. Got a real big center hip in him. Just doesn't carry his proportions as good in terms of natural spread and dimension as he needs to move up in this class. The belted barrel that drives next, I told her, I said, you got a real big ribbed one that goes away from me good. He's a little chubby headed. He wants to sway behind his shoulder as he goes. He too wants to push the limits in terms of where he's at in his front pasture, and said, I've got to pick him up, extend him up front, make him better from his mid-body forward in terms of just look and feature from a standpoint of his head, his jaw, and his arm. A good class there, tremendously high quality, top pair, a good built, good looking, stout featured one wins.
All right, that concludes Class 14. Up next will be Class 15, the next to last HAMP class on the day. From Class 14th in 10th place from the Kaufman County 4-H was Brooke Horton. In 9th from Whiteface FFA was Peyton Baker. In 8th from Canyon New Braunfels FFA was Madison Campbell. In 7th from Wharton County 4-H is Reagan McGill. In 6th from Splendora FFA is Riley Jeffcoat. In 5th from Glasscock County 4-H is Hope Hoffman. In 4th from Potter County 4-H is Kaylee Metter. In 3rd from Lamesa FFA is Cambry Swafford. In 2nd from Haskell FFA is Price Stewart. And your class champion from the Honey Grove FFA, Taylor Norris, with a barrel weighing 263 pounds. Again, in the prejudging area and in our catch pens is Class 15. This class will feature 25 entries, and they weigh from 266 to 273 pounds. And as our judge, Miles Tenius, sorts these in the back, I'd like to also recognize once again our volunteers you will see running gates, working hogs, moving hogs. This includes 2 main groups, the Rodeo Austin Swine Committee members that you'll see in the blue shirts. And it also includes 19 students from West Texas A&M University Ag Science Program. If you could, let's give all those volunteers a nice round of applause. We would appreciate it. And one final announcement from Class 14 HAMPS. Your Texas Bred Registry Class champion went to Price Stewart of the Haskell FFA, show barrel bred by Mike Clay of White Deer, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the 4-H and FFA members who remain in the show ring are going to be dismissed. Let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause once again. And here in the show ring at this time is class number 15. Again, this is 25 entries that weigh 266 to 273. This is our next to last class on the day and the next to last class of 7 Hampshires. At the conclusion of class 16, we will be selecting our breed champion Hamp for 2016. And then that will put a wrap on today's events. Again, tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock a.m. once again with our Yorkshire Drive. And just a reminder, for everyone, please check the boards and the class postings later tonight. There will be some changes to a handful of hogs or a dozen hogs that are going to move up or down a class based on some changes that have been made since they were first posted. All right, attention in the barn, class 16 Hamps. This is your first call. Class 16 Hamps. This is your first call. Class 16 Hamps, second call. Class 16 Hamps, second call. Just a reminder to first and second place Hampshire exhibitors, you will be reweighed once you get to the show ring. First and second place Hampshires, we will reweigh you when you get that hog back to the show ring.
Great pair of barrows at the top end of this drive again, and the young man that ends up winning this particular class undoubtedly comes to you the widest. He leaves you the widest, and yet still I think that he's a barrow that's features just better than the hogs that's in second. I go ahead and level him out of his hip just ever so slightly. Looks like maybe we were a little worried about weight and where he was at, and he tucks in his flank and mid-rib just a bit. But as you begin to study his rib shape, his forearm, his width up high, that barrow is still hydrated and fresh in his back. He's big in his hip, and he's so good as he goes away from you. That's where I like that barrow in this class. I think he's a real nice one to win. Congratulations to that young man. From there, it can get just a bit more challenging and kind of where you want to set your priorities. The barrow that's in second, critics will call him a little fragile-ankled and rear-footed, and I wouldn't disagree with them. But to me, once you get past that, he's the barrow that comes to you the boldest. He's so good in his rib shape. Out of the back of his shoulder, he opens up tremendously wide in his forerib and mid-body. I love the length and levelness of that barrow's rump. I've got to go ahead and clean him up there through his throat. I've got to stouten and intensify his hind leg, and just go ahead, and whenever you begin to study him coming to you, square him just a nickel at his front feet, but really a good presented barrow from the side that takes a long reach and a long comfortable step with that kind of muscle shape in his hip is very hard to do at times, and that's what that barrow does. The one that comes in 3 from his hip forward, he can be your class winner. Guys, this thing's a beast as you get right up in front of him. He's so wide in his chest, he's massive in terms of his top line, rolls out of each side of his spine, tremendously wide in his loin, maintains it all the way back there through his hip and down into his stifle. Whenever he gets to going, he'll want to sway in his hip. He'll throw his rear legs, and he'll just want to flick sand toward each one of his feet. You'll watch him as he exits the ring, and on the inside of his rear joint, the inside of his foot, he carries quite a bit of sand because his hind leg doesn't want to get out here and just work and utilize it. He doesn't want to utilize it the way that it needs to in terms of bringing it back behind him and staying in the inseams of his body wall. That's why he is where he is. From the side, in terms of painting a picture of one, the way that their line set in them, boy, it's hard to do with this kind of barrow. I mean, and it's not hard to do. You could take just a cardboard cutout of him and make sure that you talk about one that's got a future kind of a look to him in terms of elevation up front, his look and feature to his skull. Love his forearm, love the shape to his top line, love the stoutness to his hind leg. Guys, I got right up to him, and he just flattens too much in his rib. He tightens from his heart back into his flank. The longer he goes, the further he'll step his hind leg on the outskirts of his skeleton. If I can bring his hind leg back, blow his rib up, then all of a sudden you've got a class winner there that can contend real hard. Right now he's just too flat, too narrow in his rib. Young man's comes out great presented in his skin and hair, and he's got him dialed in terms of showmanship. I appreciate him for it. He's too chubby in his head. He runs downhill, gets too round in his hip, and then as a result, he takes his hind leg and drags it up too far underneath him. And I've got to open him up underneath in the base of his framework as he goes away. I love this barrow that comes out next from the side, guys. He puts as much good together as anything within class, and if you watch at home, you'll wonder why he is where he is. You get right behind him, and that's his critical hole. He'll step on the outside of his feet, he'll twist his rear feet and bring his hock on the outskirts of his framework, but boy, does that thing profile and got an awesome look to his head, his body, and his mid-rib. We just got to square his hind legs up to move him up and drive. Congratulate him with a good round of applause. A nice set of Hampshires there once again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenius. That concludes Class 15. Class 16, you are needed at the show ring at this time. Results out of 15, in 10th place from Pearland FFA was Dawson Murdoch. In ninth, from Shackelford County 4-H was Chelsea Parsons. In eighth, from Hamilton FFA was Trinity Hell. In seventh, from George West FFA was Catherine Valdez. In sixth, from Potter County 4-H was Brooke Garcia. In fifth, from Hemphill County 4-H was Caleb King. In fourth, from Nazareth FFA was Luke Schulte. In third, from Norman G FFA is JC West. In second, from Rotan FFA was Chloe Korn. And your class champion from the Lubbock County 4-H, Lath Benavidez. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your certified Texas bred registry winner from class 15 Hamps was Chloe Korn of the Rotan FFA, barrel bred by Shannon Barbie Show Pigs of Hamlin, Texas. Next up is class 16 Hamps. These barrels will range in weight from 275 to 280 pounds, and there are 29 entries in this particular class. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen ringside, let's put our hands together and show a nice round of applause for these exhibitors who leave the ring at this time. All right, first and second place Hampshire Showman, this is your first call. First and second place Hampshire Showman, this is your first call. First and second place Hampshire Showman, this is your second call. First and second place Hampshire Showman, this is your second call.
Man, what a good class as we end up here in your final drive. Just an awfully good one to me to win this drive, guys. And whenever you get up close to him, I think you'll understand he's just a monster. He's huge in his back. He's big in his rib. He's fresh at the top of his neck. He's square going away from you. He's got a big hind leg. He's got a big arm. He's got great feet underneath him. He's really opened up and square. They've done an awesome job proportioning his body to his length of body. He's ornery. And I told her, I said, you have got to work to get him off the fence because you've got one that's extra special in a lot of areas. Just unfortunate, at times that Barrow wants to do that because there is so much good in him, folks. It's just hard to deny all that power and spread and that, to me, still freshness. Just a really good one. Young ladies, Barrow that ends up in second. If I could stouten his arm up, if I could take his neck and set it back into his shoulder just a little bit better, you could call him probably a class winner because to me he's one that comes at you very genuine. Love that Barrow's muscle shape. Love his spread as he goes right away from you in the upper part of his hip. Barrow closed just a bit there in his chest floor down to his knee. He's a Barrow that doesn't open up quite as wide in the lower part of his framework as does the Barrow that wins this particular class, but certainly a good one and two from a standpoint of flexibility, muscle shape, build, and design. All lends in his favor, and that's why he stays in the top pair. The young man's that's in three is one that you have to appreciate in terms of the one that's in three is the one you have to appreciate in terms of width up front. I like that Barrow's forearm. I like the shape into his upper loin there as you study him out of the back of his shoulder. I've got to clean him up right there behind his sheath. He's showing a little extra swelling back there, right in his lymph nodes and back into a fat pocket maybe. And that Barrow gets a little bit more upright in his rear foot and just a nickel tighter in his hock. If I can loosen and relax in his hind leg, relax that Barrow's hind leg, then all of a sudden he becomes a gamer in this class. That's what needs to be fixed on him. The real narrow belted Barrow on this side is one that comes to you as big in his forearm and as big in his jaw as any in this class. From the profile, he runs downhill, and it's a result because he's too weak on his front feet. As I get right behind him, as wide as that Barrow is up front, he's a little more disappointing right in the seat of his pants, and from there to the floor, he's a hog that just closes a little bit too much. Again, another ornery attitude and a heavyweight Barrow there that we just got to see get out here and go better. From his hip forward, the Barrow that's in five is ideal in a lot of areas. His length of body, his length of neck, where his neck sets into his shoulder, his feature, his forearm, his hind leg. Whenever he gets out from the profile, he's got a good reach and range of motion. As soon as I get right behind him, though, I'm disappointed in where his hock will set. I'll just be honest with you. That's his biggest hole and his biggest flaw. If that was squared up, then we've got a different ball game in this class because he has got so many qualities that I've been looking for. That Barrow's hind leg's way too far outside of his skeleton. He's puffing up in his joints. We've just got to loosen him up there. It's been a great class. My compliments to him there. Give him a good round of applause in your final Hampshire drive. Definitely well deserved.
All right, thank you, Judge. That wraps up Class 16. That's the final class in the Hampshire Division and the final class on the day. Real quickly, results from that class while we stage our champion lineup. In 10th place from the Headley FFA was Tyler Harper. In 9th from Northwest FFA was Caleb Wallace. In 8th from Kaufman County 4-H was Jacob Resnicek. In 7th from Haskell County 4-H was Brody Letts. In 6th from Hamilton FFA, Abby Hale. In 5th from Potter County 4-H, Harris Albright. In 4th from Pearland FFA, Morgan Lynn. In 3rd from the Cochran County 4-H was Cameron Lyon. In 2nd from Hamilton FFA was Taylor Hale. And in 1st place from the Waller FFA was Madison Miller. Barrow weighed 280 pounds. The exhibitor of the champion Texas bred winner was Taylor Hale of Hamilton FFA. Barrow's bred and raised by Kevin Thomas of Jacksboro, Texas. Again, next out is a selection of our champion Hampshire. In this drive, we will have 7 first-place exhibitors with 7 exhibitors on standby who stood second. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow's show does begin with our Yorkshire show at 9 o'clock a.m. And once again, please check those boards tonight. There's going to be a little bit of movement from some of our classes due to some entry shifting and other things. So please check those boards again later tonight to verify what class you will be in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the selection of our breed champion Hampshire for 2016. From Class 10, our first class is Jayden Benavidez from Yo FFA. Out of Class 11, from the Potter County 4-H, Hadley Albrock. Out of Class 12, from the Sealy FFA, was Andrew Fleming. Coming out next from Class 13 from the Sweetwater FFA is Kirsten Smith. From our next class, number 14 from the Kaufman County 4-H is Brooke Horton. Out of Class 15 in the Lubbock County 4-H is Lane Benavidez.
Late. I wrote it down wrong. Sorry, He's really concerned about that.
Excuse me, 15 was Lath Benavidez. And then out of Class 16 from the Waller FFA was Madison Miller. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a heck of a Hampshire show, 7 classes, over 200 head. Let's give all of these Hampshire showmen a nice round of applause for a great set of hogs they brought to the ring.
One more time, give a good round of applause to these Hampshire exhibitors. It's been a heck of a good Hampshire Barrow show. Guys, I think there's a lot of quality in these barrows, and I know maybe some on the outside say, well, you're going a little too slow. You need to pick up your pace. I ain't going to, and I'm going to tell you why. Every one of those kids deserves a fair and honest shake at what I'm going to evaluate, and that's why I'm going to continue the day. You want me to speed up, then all of a sudden, that's whenever you mess up. I'm going to keep the same speed, and we're going to keep going after them. I think, to me, you have to, because quality runs so deep. You have to be just judgmental and very subjective in where you want to set your priorities, because there's so many different types and kinds out here, but yet there's still so much quality in them. From the outside looking in and standing up top there and on the outside outskirts of the ring, boy, I hope you look down. I hope you see a comfortable set of Hampshire barrows that still have muscle, that still have width, that still have proportionality, and they don't look the same. I won't disagree with you. Some of them nose the tail's a little longer, or nose the back of their hip. Maybe some of them a shot shorter bodied, but we've got hogs in here that ain't opening their mouth. They're driving, they're comfortable, they're content, and yet they still have the attributes it takes to win a big one. I think, to me, as you study throughout them, to me it truthfully comes down to probably probably 3 or 4 of them. Take nothing away from the rest of them. I like this young lady's proportional barrow from the profile. I think to me, if we could put a chest floor in that barrow, as a couple of these other barrows have, and a width to the lower part of his hip, you've got one that's near ideal in terms of length, in my opinion. I love his feature. I love his face. I love his jaw. Love his big old tail root set up on top of his hip. Thing's got to be wider as he comes right to you. Young lady's barrow that comes over here to the left, that white stripe hind-legged barrow, hit me real hard in his class. I'm talking about one that's got a smooth running gear in him. He's got a huge body cavity. He's big behind his blade. He wins a great class there too if you think back into it. He'll wrinkle a little in his loin, and that barrow's not quite as good on his front pasterns, but man, he's a massive sucker whenever you get up to him, and that's what I love about him. Young man's barrow here wins a good class. I remember the top pair of that class because they were totally different in kind. But you talk about a barrow that was more elevated and cleaner jawed, bigger chested, and has more muscle in his hip. That's where I tied to that particular barrow. You know, where's he at in terms of width as it goes right away from you? Where's he at in terms of boldness to his heart and flank? I think that's probably the biggest criticism of him. You get him away from him, and there's nothing wrong in terms of his muscle, nothing wrong in terms of his body, but you set him next to a couple of these other ones, and that's where he'll get a little tucked up. The other one there is the young ladies to the right. And that's a barrow that as you get up close to him, man, he is explosive. He has got a huge rib cage in him. He's really wide as you get behind him. He's a thick-ended barrow that's square in his hock joint. He's tremendously clean in his hock joint at the same time. He's one that maybe showing a little condition as we get him out here. Maybe that's letting him allow to just turn up in his loin a bit better than some of them. He blends so well from the profile. His angles, his joints are built in him good. He's an ornery little dude, or an ornery big dude, I guess, in this setting. He only wants to ride the fence the whole time. So it's hard to get a good look at him. But whenever you do, there's a lot of good in that barrow. Guys, I'm going to set the microphone down. I want you to give it up for him one more time. We'll end your day with a champion Hampshire, and I'll get it for you here in just a second.
Congratulations goes to Madison Miller of the Waller FFA, your 2016 champion, Hampshire Barrows showman. Coming out with your second place winner out of Class 16 from the Hamilton FFA, Taylor Haley.
Brings out a really good barrel here in second. And guys, the barrel there is ornery. I mean, once you get up close to him, you understand what I'm talking about in terms of width, spread, and freshness. He just gets a little ornery out here, and rarely do I ever use one that maybe acts up a little bit like that. But it's just hard to deny that barrel. To me, he's just so good in so many areas. There's a lot of quality in that barrel. I just tell you, as we work towards tomorrow, we've got to figure out how to get that thing going. To me, just an awfully good one. Brings out a great second place barrel, and I love that barrel's muscle shape. I wish he was just a little wider at the ground as he came and went. I'll set it down. I'll get you your reserve. It's been a good set of Hampshires. Congratulate him once again.
And congratulations goes to Kirsten Smith of the Sweetwater FFA, exhibited the reserve champion Hamp for 2016. A couple of reminders for tomorrow. We do start at 9 a.m. with our Yorkshire Drive. Please check the boards once again this evening. Later on for corrections and additions to the classes as they were posted, there will be some modifications. And again, we look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. And those of you heading out this evening, please be safe in your travels. And thank you for attending Rodeo Austin in 2016.
You done with this one? Thank you.